Okay, I gotta run over here real quick.
All right.
All right, peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum, shalom, family. Thank you all for watching us today, for joining us. And today we have just me and Brother Omar. Hopefully, Sister Gwen will be able to join us at some time if she's available. And this is something new. We're normally going live on YouTube, but today we're going live on Facebook. And that's because our video that we posted on Facebook is still up, but YouTube strike the channel, so we can't post for 7 days. And if you have not seen that video, go and look at it. It is called Dangerous. It is called Dangerous, and it's an awesome video. For those who were able to catch it live, were given the straight up. I'll tell you, talking to you like that, they were given the straight up, unadulterated, not mixed with anything, but straight fire. And we have with us today Brother Omar. Peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum, beloved. Come on and introduce yourself.
Wa alaikum salam, sir. Yes, my name is Omar Shamsuddin, and it is a pleasure to be on your channel today, sir. And I am been a Muslim now for about 50 years, and for all of the Muslims that did Ramadan Kareem, you know, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, beloved. And our topic today is we're talking about how do we withstand the pressures of living in the white man's world. And, you know, some people, Brother Omar would take offense to saying that this is the white man's world. But when I look at it, you know, when you go out and you spend money, you know, you got the white man's face on the money. When you go out and you need a job, 9 times out of 10, you pleading with the cracker to give you a job. When you need housing, where do you go? You go to the cracker. Even if you're buying a house, you know, we went and we bought our house. Luckily, you know, we found a house that was owned by a black man. But still in that process, the white man was still there, you know, still in that process. So this is the white man's world. It's his laws, it's his rules and regulations that you abide by or you suffer the consequences. What's your thinking on that, Brother Omar?
I definitely am in agreement with you that this scepter of leadership definitely has been placed in the hand of the Caucasian people, the Europeans, and they pretty much have spread their influence all over the earth at present. And so therefore I would have to agree that he is in control of things now. I don't believe that they will be in control forever, but at this particular time they are, you know, and you're absolutely correct. Pretty much whatever we get involved with, you know, they pretty much got their hands in it because of the way society is set up at present. And So that's pretty much how I feel about that. I don't believe that that they are going to remain in power. I mean, just the mere fact that the world has become so small that it's pretty much difficult for people to isolate themselves, because the world has become like one huge community. And in that, and with the interracial relationships, and the fact that the Europeans most definitely have a recessive gene, you know, and the mere fact of the interracial relationships that is going on in the world today. Mm-hmm. You know, I know that even they, the so-called white man, know that their time is very, very much limited. Okay, and I think that is why we are going through the things that we are going through in society today, because they know that it's limited. You know, so they know that they are outnumbered in the world, you know, even though they do rule things, but they are outnumbered. And so what they're doing today is they're trying to solidify the grip, you know, that they have on the world via financial, military, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, and we have to be very much aware of this, you know, and make moves to combat, you know, what it is that they are planning to do. But we know, as we are taught Islamically, you know, that people plan, but it says that Allah is the best of planners. You know, so the things that they have set up in the past, and because of their supposed grip on society, it is being threatened by the very society that they have created. You know, so definitely, I don't believe that they will, that their plan is going to be successful, you know, for any extended period of time.
Right. Okay. And you know, the first part of our video, we're going to be dealing with this homosexual aspect of it. Now, I know when I was coming up, we had one homosexual on our block. Now, I didn't know he was a homosexual till I was grown, but, you know, he was on our block, and you know, he didn't come out acting like he was a homosexual or none of these things. None of these things, you know, he wasn't promoting that lifestyle or anything like that. Whatever he did, you know, he did in his home, you know, behind doors. Mm-hmm. And he was like a family member. Seriously, you know, because the way I grew up in Philadelphia, you know, there was a real community. You know, our neighbors will whoop our ass if we get out of line, you know, and then and we get home, we get another ass whooping. And I remember this one day, I was come running out of my grandmother's house, and I had my baby brother with me on my hip. I was carrying him because we were down there in the basement, and there was a rat in the basement. And so I saw the rat, grabbed him, and took off running. And so as I was running out the house, you know, Rob was walking down the street, and he saw me run out the house and sit down, and he was like, "What's wrong with you? You know, what are you doing?" And so I was like, "Well, I just saw a rat in the basement." And he said, "So why are you running?" And I said, "Well, because I'm afraid of rats." Like that. And he said, "Well, okay, I can buy that, but look what you're doing. Because you're afraid of a rat, you're teaching your brother to be afraid of a rat." He said, now, is that the right thing to teach your brother?
Right.
You know, and I was like, no, sir. And he said, so what are you going to do? I got back up and went back in the house with my brother. You know, I mean, and that's the environment that I grew up in. You know, it's a secure environment. And, you know, we don't have that today, you know, unfortunately. But when you were coming up, what was that environment? Were the homosexuals like they are today, you know, advertising, be homosexuals, you know, all this foolishness? What was it like when you were coming
up? Mind you, as a kid and as a teenager, I pretty much grew up on the farm.
Okay.
You know, so that definitely wasn't a practice that we were even aware of, because now as I got older and graduated school and left the country scene that I was in, then I was exposed to that. But that wasn't a during our time. It wasn't something that was prevalent, and it's not that it didn't exist. It's just that it wasn't something that was out within the Black community. You know, because I mean, it wasn't a safe environment for those members of the community who are, I guess, practice the homosexual way of life. I mean, they would literally get beat up and beat up real bad, you know. Yeah, right. They was, I guess you would say, more or less in the closet. Okay, because it wasn't safe to come out, you know, and so it was like a different situation for myself, you know. It just wasn't something that was out there openly. I put it that way.
And you know, we've heard the term said many times before, the gay agenda. And many people would say that, you know, you're fabricating. There's no such thing as a gay agenda, you know. But if they do their research, you know, or you do a quick Google search, you'll come up with a document that was done back in the 70s. And it lays out, you know, what their agenda is. And so I heard one homosexual dude who said, now since Obama was president, they got all of their rights and stuff. And so they said, now we can go back to the Republican Party. And we can go back to the Republican Party. And I thought that was very interesting. You know, they switched over to go to the Democrats so they can get their thing done. So right. They were faking to be, you know, all concerned about your issue, this, that, and the other. Now they got their shit done. Now they said, now we're going back to the Republican Party, you know. Wow. And so, you know, what's your take on that?
I think that that's interesting. You know, that, and I guess you can say that it's not only is it interesting, it is enlightening. Okay, that that people would say, okay, there's something that I want done, and I know if I align myself, you know, with the Democratic Party, then that is going to happen. And so I would have to say that they was very astute in their observation, you know, and you know, and we have to, you know, this is how I feel about it, right? In this society, okay, the Constitution gives everybody certain rights,
Mm-hmm.
rights that are inalienable, you
Right.
know, that and it shouldn't be something that is that big of a deal, so to speak. What I mean by that
Mm-hmm.
is I could really care less about what someone do in their bedroom. You know, it's not an issue to me at all. You know, because that is, I mean, if it is a moral issue, then that is something that they'll have to deal with the creator with.
Exactly.
You know, and and I just don't. I'm just not into people's bedrooms. You know, what happens in there is their business. It becomes a problem when you tell me now that I have to accept. You know, now I don't have to accept anything. You know, because that isn't my problem. You know, it's not a problem for me. You know, if you want to if you're homosexual and that is who you are, then that's who you are, you know. But don't try to make that be my issue. It's not my issue, you know, and because my thing is that what they should do is, because in some states it's against the law, you know. So if they have an issue with that, then I would say, okay, go and deal with that, you know, in those particular states. Don't try to make it an issue for the whole society, because it's not.
Exactly. You know, I remember this conversation or this news piece that when Obama was elected, and I think it was on MSNBC, and in California, I think it was called Proposition 201 or 21, something like that,
Right.
where, you know, they were wanting the gay rights thing to be passed and all that. But the people didn't vote for it. They voted against it.
Right.
And the gays was on and they were upset because it was like, we voted with y'all with Obama, but then when it's our thing, y'all didn't show up. And
Mm.
this, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, but common sense would tell you that the majority of Black voting class people will not accept that. That's just that's just who they are, you know. And your issue shouldn't be our issue. You should not put your issue to me to say vote for you to have this, because I ain't gonna do it because I don't believe in it. So
Right.
and my thing was that's wrong to do, because you expect me to vote against my own self-interest.
Right.
Now I agree with you 1,000%. What you do in your bedroom, that's your bedroom. You keep it there. Don't involve me.
Right.
But now with their going out and doing what they're doing with the bathrooms, and you know, you can't have a girl and boy bathroom. It's the same bathroom. You know, you want to be a girl today, you're gonna be a boy tomorrow. You know, all this craziness. And you know, telling us that, you know, now you shouldn't label your child as male or female. You know, and I mean, these are laws that they're trying to get passed. Some they've gotten passed,
Right.
right? Then that's wrong. That's wrong, because now you're infringing your beliefs on me that I
Right.
don't even agree with. Now you're presenting it to me. Now we got a problem. Where before we didn't have a problem. You work your thing. You work your thing. But now you pushing your thing on me. Now you're creating a problem. What's your thoughts on that? Because they think, some gays do think, that we're wrong by not accepting their way, because they say that's not freedom, quote unquote, what the Constitution guarantees to them, because they're citizens. And I disagree, because it's, look, the Constitution don't say that we can't label our children male or female. Constitution don't say that. You are forcing your way onto me, just like the cracker forced slavery onto me, on our ancestors. We can't have that.
Yeah, what they are going to do is that they are going to invoke the wrath of society. Now, what I mean by that is this, is that people don't mind you being who you are. You know, that's just not people. They look, whoever you are, you know, and it's simple as that. Now, once you make who you are a political issue, then you're putting yourself out there to deal with whatever happens, you know. And I think that the homosexual society, they're gonna find that things are gonna backfire on them, you know, because they're pushing too far, you know. They're pushing too far. They're pushing people too far, because people are saying, okay, look, it's okay, man, for you to be who you are. We don't have an issue with that. But when you want who you are to supersede societal norms, then that's a whole different problem. That's a whole different ball game. You know, you can't push people like that, because they're not going to go for it. You know, and that way you get backlash. Now you think, see, what they're making a mistake at is this: they are riding a wave, but waves come, they come in, but they also go back out. You know, so that which they are riding right now, they ain't looking all hooray, hoorah, hoorah for them. That same wave is gonna take right back away from them. If they just be cool and be who they are, nobody don't have no problem with that, you know, because I don't see it as any long-term issue for society as a whole, because number one, the reproduction.
Exactly.
You know, exactly. Your way of life is going to have a reproduction issue. You know, so they're gonna have to handle that. But there's certain things I don't waste a lot of time on, because of the fact I don't think it's something that's going to be an everlasting situation. Mm-hmm. It's not.
And you know, there's a lot of them are trying to, of course, adopt children, because, you know, they can't have their own, so they're trying to adopt children. And a gay person, and I hope they're watching, you know, mm-hmm. messaged me on Facebook and asked me what was my opinion on it, because normally I don't deal with gay issues. Normally I don't deal with them. You know, mm-hmm. there have been gays who contact me and ask me, hey, you speak up about every issue, but you're quiet on our issue, because that ain't my issue, you know. And even when they talk about the transgenders who, you know, get killed and all this and that ain't my issue. It ain't my issue, you know. But they asked me this: what is my position on gays adopting children? And, you know, they said, and especially Black children, because it is easier to get a Black child adopted, or even living in your home, you know, even if they still ward of the state, but they can still be in your home and you get paid for it, versus a white one, you know. And they wanted my opinion. And I told them that I think that that's wrong. Because you're going to make a lifestyle normal to them that is not normal, you know. So based on that, you know, I highly disagree. And so the comment was, so it is better for them to stay in a quote unquote abusive or a neglectful situation because either they're at home being abused or they are warded estates in some type of situation and being abused there as well, when they can come into our home and be loved and not be abused. So you would rather the greater evil, you know, and they said, to use my lack of a better word, evil, to that greater evil to outweigh a really lesser of the two evils. And that was an interesting synopsis of how they put it,
right.
You know? And I thought about that and I was like, well, wow, okay. I feel what you're saying, but there's still no way that I can approve of that method. I just can't. So, you know, my thing would advocate more Black households to step up and take these children that are in foster care because it is something that's needed. And I think that we were probably playing mental chess, or they were playing mental chess to try to trap me, to make me say, okay, yeah, let the faggots, the homosexuals adopt Black children, you know, but that ain't gonna work.
No. You know, the again, if they get amongst themselves, you know, and say, okay, look here, the homosexual males and the homosexual females, they say, look, okay, look, we have a reproduction issue. Then get together and have children.
Exactly.
And there's not much anybody can say about that because that's something you're doing amongst yourselves. You know, if you want children, you can still have children. Nobody hasn't cut out your tubes and cut your penises off. You know, you can still have children.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I'm definitely I'm gonna tell you why I'm against it. It's because we are products of our environment.
That's right. That's right.
You know, and there's just no way for that situation to happen and it not have a serious influence on that adopted child.
Exactly.
It just can't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I'm giving them a viable option. Go have your children. I mean, it's not like the lesbians aren't having penetration into their vagina.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, whether they're using a toy or whatever the case may be, they are still doing it.
Exactly.
You know, so you can't say, well, I don't want nothing going up in me. I disagree with that. You know, you're not doing it for that reason anyway. You're doing it to reproduce so you can have children.
Exactly.
You know, it's just as simple as that. Okay, you don't want to have the sexual intercourse, fine. Then go down there and let the doctors do whatever it is that they do to I think they call it veto. I can't think of the term right now. But the doctors can go. So what are you trying to do? Get away from having children altogether? I mean, if you want to be logical, then let's be logical. Mm-hmm. You know, they can still do what it is that they do. Mm-hmm. Have children, and nobody will have a word to say about them because you're no longer adopting, you're having your child.
Exactly.
But don't ask me to say that it's okay for you to take a quote unquote normal child and put them in that environment. Exactly. I can't agree with that.
Yeah.
No, you know, I I really would have a problem even the other way, because who's to say that that child is going to be a homosexual? But they are still in that environment, you know. But nobody can say anything because it's your child.
Right.
You get together with one of your homosexual male friends, they want children, so y'all can go ahead on and have yourself a society, and nobody ain't got one word to say about it, because I can't come to you as a heterosexual and tell you what to do with your child.
Exactly. And you know, when we get to the point, because you would think that the homosexual would be satisfied with those in their communities that they have in, but there's a strong desire for them to come out of their communities and get into our communities and take straight men to be with the homosexual. And you know, this is an issue. And one was even saying that, you know, it's unfair and we're being homophobic because we wouldn't date a homosexual male. Well, the common sense would be because we're not homosexual. That would be the common sense. But they feel as if they have a right to date a straight male. I don't understand that shit. I don't understand it.
You know who should really have an issue with that? Straight women.
Oh, most definitely. Most
definitely. They should have an issue with that, because of the fact we already have a situation in society where the female outnumber the male.
Mm-hmm.
So you're creating an even bigger issue now. You know, it's not just that war and incarceration have stripped us of our men. You know, now you want to come in and you want to come in and say you want to have the right. Okay, let me put it to you this way. Okay, look, you have a right to date whoever you want to date, and whoever would date you. You know, if there are heterosexual males that say that they want to date homosexual, then they're kidding themselves, because they're not heterosexual.
Exactly.
You see? Why would a heterosexual male want to date a homosexual? It just doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa with the I guess you call women heterosexuals too. With the females, you know, they don't. It's just, look. If you're not attracted to someone, you're not attracted to them. You can't make a law, you know, to validate that. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's a big mistake that is happening within the Democratic Party, is the fact that they are trying to legislate how people feel about each other. You know, you can't do that.
Exactly.
You know, and I can't. You can't legislate that a white man like a black man.
Exactly.
Or vice versa. You know, those are choices that those people have to make. You know, mm-hmm. I remember many years ago, I would say to the community, hey, look, I don't see anything wrong with white people, so-called white people, wanting to live isolated by themselves. I don't see an issue with that.
Me either.
You know, and there should be no law put in place to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the law should be in place to make people treat each other equally. But in terms of saying that white people don't have a right to go off and live by themselves, they do.
Exactly.
They have that right. Exactly. And there should be no law abrogating that right. And there should be no law abrogating the rights of Black people to desire or to want to live by themselves. We can live by ourselves and still have a relationship with each other.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Now I want to, before we get to Emil's video, I want to show you this and get your opinion of it. Let's see, share screen. Okay. Sure, here we go.
We all about to go down line. Then I'm gonna say my chorus. Running to all the dicks, like Forrest. I hate niggas, that's not true. They ask me what block I live on, I said on your dick between your balls. Okay, I said I'm sucking your dick, your balls in my face like Kobe. You little nigga, I be sucking your dick and y'all don't even know me. Yo, I said I'm sucking on your dick. In prison, I'm the warden. You already know my legs open faster than Jordan. Sucking on the dick fast, I never do it slow. Everybody know because my job is to blow and my blows is to job. Like I'm sucking on your knob and I'm sucking on your cock. It's like corn on the cob. Can you hold the camera? I said, look, listen. It's Keith Tuffin and my neck shit crazy. I suck your dick, then I really call KD. But lately, I've been sucking dick and y'all want to smell? Well, fuck it though. I'ma really let that smell. Nah, look, my man said the dope is look. I said I'm sucking on 2 4s because you can call me Kobe. Sucking the no hair on my head like Ginobili because I'm railing on your dick, man. Something like Moby. Oh, let me speak because I open them doors. This nigga dick mad long like an extension cord. Ooh. Over, y'all. Hey, look. You see me? Now you don't see me because when I go down, y'all don't want to see me because I shoot like Black Ops and I scope like TV. Come back, nigga. And look, Drake voice. Started from the dick, now I'm here. Started from the dick, now I'm sucking on your pubic hair. Started from the dick, now I'm here. Started from the dick, now I'm sucking on your pubic hair. No little dicks.
So here you have these little brothers, and I would think that for them being the age that they are, I would guess between 10, maybe up to 15 at the most, and talking like this, that they're talking about what they do. And so that means that somebody somewhere touched them. Somebody somewhere violated them. Because this ain't no, I just woke up and I'm gonna be gay. Somebody did that to them to make them this way. What's your thoughts on that, Brother Omar?
I don't believe that anybody, well, let me put it this way. It is not a normal thing that anybody is born gay. You know, I think that they have been influenced in one way or another. You know, whether or not someone touched them when they were kids, or via influence, societal influence. You know, it really is a. Let me say this here. They have a right to talk and rap about anything they want to rap about. I have a right not to look at it. You know, and because I'm positively sure that there will be those who would be offended by my take, okay, on things. And I say to them, I'm not forcing what I believe on nobody. You know, you can take it or you can leave it. You know, it's up to the individual. So even though I disagree with what these young men are saying, you know, I would defend their right to say it. You know, even because that is just the society that we live in. You know, because I don't believe in censorship, even though it is something that I am totally against. You know, I don't believe in censorship. You know, and hey, that's just that is it, because what is going to happen is that somebody's going to censor me. They're going to say, look, I don't believe that you should be moral, that you should believe in God, that you should believe that in male and female relationships. There are going to be people that are going to disagree with that. And I'm saying, look, hey, I get it. I get you disagreeing with it, but I have a right to say it, you know, just like you have a right to say whatever it is that you are saying. You know, I think that that's, you know, it's a thin line to walk, you know, whether or not, I can't take in other words, what I'm basically saying, Brother Muhammad, is I can't take away from somebody a right that God gave them. If Allah or God or Jehovah or whomever did not want this behavior, then step your mighty ass in there and change it. You created it, you know. You know, and that's my way of looking at it, is that even though they have a right to say that, they have a right to do that, I don't believe that it is an overriding thing in society. I think just like everything else, the media blows stuff out of proportion. And we look at it and we say, oh man, that's a terrible thing. Things are just bad, just crazy right now, you know. And I'm saying, hey, things may not be as crazy as we think they are, you know. It's just we have to look beyond the media, you know. Get out, travel to society, and see whether or not this is prevalent. Don't let them pick out the particular spots that they want to pick out and give to us and make us think that this is an overriding issue in society. I just don't believe it. I will never accept it, because if I accepted that, I would do like a lot of our brothers and sisters are doing. They're leaving the country.
I got to ask you, because I think I understood, or I may be misunderstanding what you said. Did you say that God created homosexual behavior?
Not at all. I didn't say that. I said that if Allah wanted stop it. I believe that Allah has all power. You know. Now, if Allah would permit this to happen, who the hell am I? I can say, hey, don't try to make me do this, you know. But I believe that that Allah, if it was something that is that detriment to society, and if Allah wants society to go on, then Allah has the power to eliminate that. Just like I have the power to say, look, I'm not going to be bothered with it.
You know, Allah says.
So no, I didn't say, I wasn't saying that Allah created.
Okay. Thank you for squaring that away from me, because that's what I was misunderstanding. But Allah did says in the Quran, what is this? What is this that a man come to another man with lust in his heart as he should have for a woman? What is this? And when I first read that, I was like, wow. Wow, can you imagine God saying, what in the world? What is this? You know, and so you're a little bit more liberal than I, because I would not allow them to be able to, that would not be, that behavior wouldn't be allowed. It just wouldn't. I wouldn't allow them to go in no recording studio and put that on no wax or disc or MP3 and have them saying that kind of, no. You know, it's just like when Michael Jackson said, "Jew me, do me." Them fake ass Jews said, "Oh, nigga, you done fucked up now. Take your ass back in that studio and take that part out of there." And he got to take his ass right back in that studio and take that part out of there and then release it, right? Now, that's power. Because I'm saying, we're not allowing that. We're not allowing that. His free speech went out the door. His free will went out the door. His creative, whatever you want to call it, license went out the door. If you say, if you are an entertainer, you know, or son, you know, in the big world, right? And you say, I support Louis Farrakhan. I believe what Louis Farrakhan is saying is good and right. Then they say, ooh, nigga, what you say? Did you just speak positive about Louis Farrakhan? That anti-Semite? Oh, nigga, you in trouble now. And every last one of them, except for Madonna, she didn't back up off of what she said. She said it and she rolled with it. And Bruce Willis, he ain't back off his shit either. He said, if I was black, hell, I'd be with Farrakhan too. And they kept asking me, he's like, look, I said what I said, and I meant it. If I was black, I would be with Farrakhan. He said, but clearly I'm white, so I can't. You know? And so you have the brother Lakeith Stanfield, who is the latest victim of, you know, he didn't even say anything. He just happened to be in the room where people were talking some good stuff about Farrakhan. And so he had to come out and say, you know, I don't appreciate no anti-Semitic or hate speech, and I'm not with Farrakhan, you know? So it's, and this is where we get to the second part of our conversation. So I guess I need to shut up because I'm getting way ahead of myself. But, you know, the strength. And as we get into Emil's video, and you're going to see, because, you know, Emil, he's black first. He's black first. Even though he's not a black man, he's black first. He's black first. And his life, his orientation. I mean, if people get to know Brother Emil and just watch his videos, here's his channel, Emil the Undefeatable. He got 70 subscribers. He should have 700,000 subscribers. You know, he's a real good brother who embraces our theology without hesitation and paid a price for it. And pays a price for it. So, I'm going to stop there, but I'm going to let you jump in and say what you got to say, because I'm getting us a little bit ahead of our topic for right now.
Yeah. I guess I am somewhat. I'm not lenient, but there's just certain rights that I'm for. you know, and even sometimes that right may infringe upon my personal beliefs. I have to be for that right, because that same right will protect me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's nothing. It's not a. It is just that I really, you know, I think that freedom of choice is a good freedom to have, and it is a freedom of choice because not so much because of the choice that America gives us, but I believe that it's a freedom of choice that Allah gives us. You know, because yeah, I'll leave that there. We can go ahead and listen to your whatever the video.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and play Emil's video.
Mm-hmm. I was having a dilemma with myself as to whether or not I should do this video. I was having a really hard debate on myself, because I really want for people to hear this, because what I'm going to share with you is a testimony of what I have just experienced and been through. But you know, with all this harsh censoring that's going on YouTube, this video might end up getting deleted or age restricted. And YouTube, if you're watching this video, the stuff I'm going to be saying in this video is not hate speech. Okay, YouTube? I really hope you understand that. Whoever is working for YouTube and is watching and has been targeting my channels and my videos, I hope you watch this video. I hope you watch this whole entire video and understand that what I'm not saying is hate speech. More so,
I want to stop it right here, because when I was first watching this video, and wife came in and she was looking at it, and she was like, "Ain't that Pepe Le Pew? You know, this character right here." And I was like, "Yeah, you know, and this cat, you know, he's always after this cat, and she's always trying to get away from him." And it was very interesting that he used this this layout as we get into it. I just wanted to point out that even the methodical way that Emil is making his presentation is right on key. I mean, it's right. He gives you the visual aspect while he's giving you verbally what actually happened. And anybody who watch cartoons, you know what you're looking at, you know. So yeah, let's get back to
speaking out against one of the many things that's happening around the world right now. Okay? So a couple of weeks ago, I got a new flatmate. Right now I'm living in an apartment. I'm trying to save up enough money. I don't have a house right now. I'm trying to save up enough money to buy at least a small single floor house. I'm not seeking to buy a 2-story house because right now I'm single, and I really don't need and want a 2-story house or more. I'm fine with a single floor house. Okay, so I'm trying to save up money to buy a house in the future. So right now I'm living in an apartment with a couple of other people. And so a couple of weeks ago I got a new flatmate, and we started to hang out with, we started to talk, we started to converse, and we started to hang out with each other because this new flatmate of mine, he shared with me some really sad stories from his childhood. He didn't have a really good childhood with his family members. He was telling me about how he was always been bullied and abused by his siblings, how his parents got into a fight and didn't want to take him to school, and he's actually gotten into some life-threatening situations because of that. He shared me a story. This new flatmate of mine, may I mention, is from Guam. So he shared me a story where long ago during his childhood where he went spearfishing with his family members and he got into a really big argument with one of his siblings. So he walked away and went spearfishing on his own, which almost ended up causing his own life because his foot got stuck in a rock and he was having a really hard time, and eventually water was leaking into his facial wear, and as he was starting to lose oxygen in the brain, all the surroundings started to turn black. But it just so happens, fortunately, that he had a knife, he had a handkerchief, and so he cut himself free from the rock, but at the same time he ended up cutting himself. He ended up severely scratching his lower leg or ankle, and blood was spreading all over the place. And that's also dangerous too, because that can attract sharks and other predatory animals that might be in that area. And even when he was trying to swim up to the surface of the water, things actually turned darker and darker and darker for him. And then this other incident where his parents got into an argument and didn't want to take him to school. He ended up walking to school by himself, and he got hit by a truck and got tossed in the air, and now he has a fucked up face. His face is not asymmetrically aligned correct, if that makes sense, if I'm saying that right. So yeah, he shared with me some really sad stories from his childhood, and I felt bad for him. But not anymore. I'll get to that later. I felt bad for him though. And throughout most of his life up until now, he's living alone in life. He seldom has any friends. So we became cool with each other. We found out that we have some things in common with each other, so we started to hang out. We started to eat in restaurants, hang out with each other, and do some grocery shopping with each other. I helped him do some grocery shopping and helped him buy some cleaning supplies to clean the whole apartment up so that dirt and dust does not accumulate. And one time recently, he decided that it was okay for him to say some really, really, really sexually inappropriate stuff to me. He's been calling me princess, cupcake, and daddy. And one time, when we were walking in the park, we passed by a beautiful bush of roses, and he told me that he could make a flower crown for me, and I just got utterly disgusted and creeped out by that, because this man is fucking 30 years old, and I'm just 23 years old, so he's fucking 7 years older than me. Alright? And last week, my car, the battery in my car ended up getting drained because I forgot to turn off the headlights. I somehow overlooked the headlights, and they were on the whole entire day, throughout the whole night. Because during that same day, I was very stressed out mentally, because my mom got rushed into the emergency room because the day prior to that she was feeling very dizzy. And so the next morning, which was on a Monday, my dad ended up calling off from work just so he can take my mom to the hospital. And because of the way she was feeling, they rushed her to the emergency room. And my dad sent me pictures of her in the hospital bed, and that was just too much for me to handle. So much stuff was going on through my mind that day, which is probably why I forgot to why I overlooked the headlights. And I don't know why, because I'm very obsessive compulsive. I got that from my mom, which is a good thing. I always make sure I have everything with me before I leave the fucking car, the fucking house. I always make sure everything is off. So I don't know why I somehow overlooked the fucking headlights, but I did, and the battery in my car ended up getting drained. So a couple of days later, this new flatmate of mine, he chose to help me get a new battery. We were going to jump my car first and then get a new battery, because he said he had some friends who know how to jump a car, which is very easy. But we decided to get a new battery, so we went to AutoZone. He doesn't drive, he just has a learner permit, and I couldn't drive because obviously my car was not functioning. So he called an Uber, and he paid $12 going there and coming back. Okay, and you know, I really I appreciate what he has done for me, but at the same time, up until now, I have been really infuriated, outraged, disgusted with the stuff he was telling, the names he was calling me. Okay? Before we went to meet up with the Uber, I was getting dressed. This nasty ass flatmate of mine was saying stuff like, "Come on, princess, we gotta go. Come on, my busy princess. Come on, cupcakes." And I told him, "Dude, stop calling me that. That's creepy as fuck. We're guys." But he didn't stop. You know the next thing he said? He said, "Okay, Daddy." A 30-year-old man calling another man who's much younger, 23 fucking years old, calling him princess, calling him cupcakes, calling him daddy. Oh, I also forgot to mention, I asked him how the weather was. Because lately the weather has been bouncing from up to down. Sometimes it gets cold, sometimes it gets hot. So I asked him how the weather was outside, and he also said the weather's hot like you. Okay, I asked him, "What's the weather outside?" His response was, "Hot like you." And you see, this is the reason why we speak out against the LGBTQ community. We speak out against the gay agenda that's heavily being promoted, because it's making a lot of people far too comfortable. Okay? They're getting too comfortable with their identity. They think it's okay to say all these nasty stuff, these nasty words, without being considerate of the fact that there are still a lot of us who do not take kindly to being called those stuff. Okay? This is why we keep pointing out the fucking gay agenda for what it is. Okay? Because these people who are in charge of all these stuff, these beings who are heavily promoting and pushing this agenda on us. They're doing it to create and breed a society of sexually perverted people. Okay? We need to keep calling out those kinds of stuff. We need to call out this evil and debauchery for what it is, okay? Because it's really, 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 really sick. Excuse me. I just ate supper. It's not normal. It's not right for a fucking 30-year-old guy to call another guy, 23 years old, 7 years younger, 7 years fucking younger than he is. It's not right to be calling another guy princess, cupcakes, daddy. I joke around with my family members, but family members as in my dad, my brother, and my mom, okay? I told you I don't get along with my other family members. We joke around with each other, but we don't be calling each other those sick names, okay? Because it's just not right. What more? And look, I only know this guy for a very short time, and already I'm very disgusted with him. I have nothing but contempt and hatred for him right now. Okay, I really wish I could beat the hell out of him. I really wish I could kill him. Okay? I really wish I could hire someone to kill him for me. I wish I could just squash him. I wish I could just beat him. And that's normal. Okay? You'd expect that kind of reaction from someone who's normal, someone who's mentally sane in the mind. Okay? Like I said, what's not normal is a fucking 30-year-old guy thinking it is okay to call another man who's 7 years fucking younger than he is, princess, cupcakes, daddy, whatever, saying that he's gonna make me a crown flower. Like, what the fuck? Look, if you want to be gay, if you want to be a fucking lesbian, go ahead, okay? But please do it the fuck away from us, okay? Do it from a fucking distance. There are still a lot of us who don't want anything to do with that crap, don't want anything to do with that nonsense, don't want anything to do with that perversion. We don't want anything to do with that whatsoever, okay? We need to keep calling this out for what it is, for what it really is, okay? If you really care about the future generation, if you really care about our future kids, if you really care about our future children, a lot of you would be calling this out for what it is, instead of being okay with it, and following the crowd who's calling us a bunch of haters and accusing us of spewing hate speech, when all we're just trying to do is restore normal back to this planet again, once and for all, the way it should be. Okay? Because really and truly, there's nothing godly, there's nothing righteous about all the stuff that's happening all over the world right now. Okay? Like I said, whoever's watching this video, I hope you be considerate for once. Before you take down this video or censor it, put an age restriction on it, be considerate for the feelings and thoughts of others for once. Okay? Because what this stupid ass, sick-minded flatmate of mine just did, that constitutes as unwelcome sexual advances, that constitutes, what he just did, constitutes as unwelcome sexual advances and potentially sexual assault. Okay, what part of that is it so hard to understand? You know, there used to be a time where this kind of stuff back in the day was taboo and looked down upon. Now it's being normalized, and when you speak out against it, people call you a hater and say you're full of hate, you're spewing hate speech. And you know, they're doing the same thing with pedophilia. Okay? Right now in the state of California, and probably in other states that we don't know of, pedophilia is being required to be taught as a sexual orientation. Okay? A fucking sexual orientation when it has never been such. And it's not going to be long before they start saying we're spewing hate speech just because we don't want nothing to do with pedophilia and all these satanic stuff that they're doing and pushing. Okay? That time is coming really, really, really fast. It's coming really soon. It's gonna show up to a theater near you. Okay? And like I said, if you for those of you, okay, who have kids, whether you have kids or not, if you really care about our future children, our future generation, you would speak up and call out this mess for what it is, okay? Because right now, I'm scared for the future generation. I'm scared of what I'm really scared of what our planet, what our world, what our society is becoming to be. Okay? And we mustn't turn a blind eye on it. We need to keep calling it out, no matter how much we get gaslighted and ashamed. We need to keep calling it out for what it is, okay? Because this is just unacceptable. And very, 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 very fucked up. Okay? Now, some of you, like I said, I right now, I don't want nothing to do with this guy. Right now, I'm avoiding him. I'm avoiding him like the plague. I don't want to hang out with him anymore. I have nothing but contempt for him. Like I said, I really wish I could just do more than beat the hell out of this guy. And you know, those who wrote the Bible say that killing is a sin, just to keep us in a passive like condition, to keep us from being rebellious against evil and debauchery. And now you have all these laws where if you punch or hit someone, you could be charged with domestic violence, and you're gonna be losing a lot of other rights. And it's just really, 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 really despicable and wicked what this world has become. Like I said, I don't want nothing to do with this guy anymore. Okay? I'm not going to hang out with him anymore. I'm going to show him what's up. Okay, I'm really going to show him that something is up. Okay? Now, some of you are going to take what I said the wrong way. Some of you are going to be picking out, some of you are going to be twisting the narrative of all the stuff I said in this video, and you're going to be saying, oh look, Emil is so against the gay agenda, but he's been hanging out with the gay dude all along. No, I didn't know I was hanging out with a gay dude. Okay, all along I didn't know I didn't know about the type of man I was hanging out with until he said all these stuff. Okay. So before you twist the narrative and defame me, because I know there's going to be someone who's going to do that. There's a whole bunch of low-life niggas all over the YouTube streets who like doing this kind of stuff for fame and clout chasing, because they have nothing better to do with their lives, and I have nothing else to talk about. This just a doing off a low life nigga. And I know someone listening to this video is gonna be making videos exposing me, twisting the narrative, and defaming me. If I find out who it is, I'm going to find you and I will expose you. Okay? Just like how I see a lot of you now, who are having this agenda and goal of trying to thwart Maurice Muhammad's efforts, of what he's doing right now in, Mississippi to build a city where black people can live for themselves once and for all, free of their oppressors. Just as Maurice Muhammad has finally moved to Mississippi, I see a lot of you low life assholes trying to thwart his agenda and doing all you possibly can to destroy this man because of some certain things that he said. And now you're accusing him of trying to collaborate with the cracker when you have no evidence of that whatsoever. Just like how there are others of you who are trying to also defame Sister Noble. Okay, Sister Noble has been sharing her traumatizing childhood of how she was sexually abused and molested by family members, and you're trying to twist certain things that she said and trying to downplay her childhood sexual trauma by accusing her of fantasizing about sucking dicks as a little child when that's not what she fucking said at all. Okay? You niggas like doing those kinds of stuff because you really have nothing better to do with your lives, and you're just low life bums. Okay? Just craving and longing for attention. And like I said,
so we'll stop it right there and bring it in for discussion. So that was Brother Mill's experience. And as I say, Brother Mill is very, he lives that Black first lifestyle. But for, like I said, 21 years old, and the perpetrator, 30 years old. Do you think that there could be some type of grooming trying to be done here? The 30-year-old to Emil, especially with, going to get the battery and doing all these things for him. Do you think that that's something that's possible? You got to unmute. You put yourself on mute.
Okay, my apology. Yeah, the old saying is that there is nothing free. And people, if people are going to do things, there has to be a payback for them, and so I would say to the young people, know that nobody is just giving you anything, and what I would suggest to that young man is he should have walked away. And he would not have to experience that stuff at all, to a point where he's thinking about physically harming or killing somebody. He should have just walked away from that situation and not let it build up. There was a saying of in the life of Muhammad the Prophet. It said a man came to him complaining about his wife that his wife was unfaithful, etc., etc., etc. The answer that Muhammad had for that gentleman was this. He said, leave her. Oh, but I love her. Then Muhammad said, then stay with her. You know, I mean, it don't get no simpler than that, you know. You know, if you are against something, then walk the hell away from it. It is just that simple, you know. Now, if you're staying for some benefits that you might be getting, then what happens. You know, obviously that individual is a predator. You know, and I would undoubtedly say that he has done that before. Notice you come with a few dollars and you can buy people. Mm-hmm. You know, that happens. You know, but a person have to have the fortitude within themselves to walk away from that situation, no matter what the benefits of it. You know, just walk, man. You don't have now I can see if he was saying that man had a gun to his head to make him stay there and listen to that. But he could have walked at any moment.
I think the difficulty factor is, you know, they live in the same apartment or the same barracks, so that's a little difficult. But he separated himself. You know, they don't hang out like that no more. But that
he waited too long.
That doesn't. Well, he didn't know it until after the dude start making the, you know, pronunciations of cupcake, sweet pie, and, you know, let me make this thing for you full of flowers. You know, once he started identifying who he was, then Emil knew, okay, hey, nah, buddy, this ain't my cup of tea. But
yeah, I got
you. You know, and unfortunately, you know, in the military, you live in the same barracks or in the same, in their case, in the same apartment. It's not like you're not going to see each other. So, you know, if he see Emil in passing, you know, he may say, hey, princess, or hey, cupcake, you know, something like that. And I think that, you know, I've never been in that situation, thank God. Because if I was in that situation, knowing me, I'd have whooped somebody's ass without a shadow of a doubt. You know, because
I understand the brother's issues and concerns, you know, and we just have to be more aware, more observant, you know, when we are around people, you know, because the problem is that most times people, they overlook the obvious stuff that's going on, you know, because if you look and say, okay, look, man, I'm not about that up front, you know, and if the person insists, I would leave. Just say, look, man, and I can walk past you in the hallway and not say one word to you at all. Mm-hmm. Now, I can't stop you from saying what you want to say, but if you put your hands on me, then that's going to be a whole different ballgame. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't have to respond to you, you know, but you got to know, a lot of people end up dead, man, because they don't recognize it's time to leave this situation. Mm-hmm. You know, and I understand what you're saying about the person being in the same building, but they ain't living in the same apartment.
Yeah, they're in the same apartment. They're just not in the same room. I would hope that they're not in the same room, but they're in the same apartment.
I would have left that again. I would have left that situation or talked to the other roommates. We said we need to vote this guy out of here, get rid of him, find another roommate.
It don't work like that in the military though.
Oh, he's in the military.
Yeah, ain't no vote.
Oh, I thought he was in I thought he was in an apartment.
Yeah, you know, he's in the Navy, so you know they
okay.
Apartments. Yeah, so there ain't no vote. You know, it don't work like that.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
But then there's only one thing left to do then, because in the military I guess you could go to your commanding officer and report that person, you know.
And that was my thinking. That was my first thought. You know, go report his ass. But then I realized that it's no longer a crime to be gay in the military. Ain't no such thing.
It's not a crime to be gay, but it is a crime to be harassing somebody.
Yeah.
To making sexual connotations, you know.
Right.
You know,
right.
I can't believe the military. I mean, hey, we know how when guys get around, you know, they will say they're gonna jokingly say this and jokingly say that, you know. But I mean, you just gotta bring that to a stop some kind of way.
Oh,
and if you're on a ship, there's no way you can go. then you may have to take something and bust him in his head, you know.
Exactly. That I think. Yeah. I really.
That way he know.
Yeah, that's what it may come down to, you know, busting him in his damn head to let him understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I done told you once, I ain't gonna tell you no more.
Remember when I was a very young guy, I lived in a pretty rough town, and there were things that we talked about. Said, look, man, if you go to jail, he said, if somebody approached you in jail, offer you a cigarette, or whatever the case may be, they said, go the fuck off on them. Right away. Don't even ask no question. Because they're trying to set you up for something. They're trying to make you their girl. You know? So the very second that someone approach you, you got to lay them out. I mean, even if you get your butt beat, you know, but you still let them know that it's not that kind of party.
Right.
You know?
Now, you made a good point, and I want you to elaborate on that. You said that you got to be able basically to spot the signs. What would be some of these telltale signs that we need to start paying more attention to?
People's demeanor, how they carry themselves, how they speak, how they joke. Listen to their talk, their verbal, because I was taught as a young man that the best way to get over is jokingly. That way, if the person resists you, you write it off as a joke, you know. So I mean, people can come here, they can say things and supposedly it's jokingly, but a person's got to be firm. Hey, look, man, I don't do that.
Right.
It's simple as that. Now, you get a pass on this first time, but if you come back again, I'm going to let you know that I mean what I say. You know, and it's really just that simple. You know, people can sense when something ain't right, Muhammad. I mean, I just can't see anybody being that damn naive in today's society.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can look and say, hey, okay, look, this. I mean, this ain't no joking issue, and I'm gonna have to handle this. I mean, so what? I mean, if I put somebody to sleep, I'm gonna get assault. I have to pay $25, $50, $100, whatever the case may be. But it was worth it. You know, if I got to lay somebody out, you know, to protect my honor and my dignity.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You know, you don't. It's something that you always. That's something you always say. Hey, look, hey, I don't care about going to no jail.
That's right.
You know, at right now, at my point in life, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't give two damns about it. But when I had to take care of my family, I might have thought twice.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
But now, when I was young, I didn't care. You do what you got to do, man.
Right.
You know?
Exactly. And you know, I was listening to Angel Snubnose #7, and yesterday, and his video yesterday, he was right on point. He was on fire, and he talked about incarceration, right?
Okay.
And you know, listening to him talk about incarceration, and he stepped on it, and he talked about that even though we are on the outside, you know, we're not on the inside in prison, but yet we're still incarcerated.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
We're still incarcerated. You're not free to do what you really want to do, you know.
Right.
And this is a problem. It presents a real problem that has to be solved, right? It really has to be solved because, as you say, you know, when you were younger, you know, you can go off and do what needs to be done. But as you gotten older, you think about who's going to take care of my family if I respond in like manner, right? And that's a real thing to have to think about, you know. And it was at one point, because I don't know if you were on the panel when I told the story of I was in a similar situation where I'm in training to be a store manager, and the company that hired me, they didn't want to hire me in the first place. It was a black district manager that hired me. And when the company figured out that he hired me, they fired his ass and let me know, one mistake, you out this fucking door. You know, so I had left. I left a good paying job, you know, to come and take a better paying job, but I didn't think it was going to be with all this bullshit, you know. And so I had to really gather myself, because this cracker deserved the ass whooping the way he was fucking talking to me. He deserved it. But I had to chill because I'm the only one working. I'm supporting my family, you know. So I had to go in my truck and had to calm down because it was going to be an issue, you know. And he come crippling his ass on out to the truck and asked me what's going on, and I'm like, look, I ain't that kind of man that you can keep talking to me like that, and I'm just going to sit back and accept it. It don't work that way. That's not who I am. And you keep pushing me. You keep pushing me. You're going to force me to be that way. But I got to feed my family, you know. And he was like, well, all right, I apologize. Come on back in. I ain't going to be like that. And, you know, he ain't never be like that again. He was like he was supposed to be, you know. But you're not going to be in every case with an individual like that that's willing to say, okay, I'll stop fucking with you, you know? And so then you're in a situation where you're actually incarcerated.
Yeah.
You know? And so we gotta figure out how to be men and not become a slave all over again. when we're in
the
those situations?
The only way that I know that you can do it, you got to have your own. That way you don't got to put up with nobody else's BS. You know, you have to have your, figure out a way to be your own boss. You know, that's what I did. You know, I was a follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he said to do for self. You know, and I accepted that wholeheartedly. You know, and it reached a point where I just couldn't work on somebody's job. You know, I went out there and I started several businesses. You know, because I know that I just could not sit back and just take what people do. It just wasn't in me to do it, you know? So I said, the only way for me to get around that was I had to go out and start my own business. I went out and I opened up several restaurants. I opened up a club. I did several things, you know, where I said, look, I'm not going to take. It was just something that was embedded in me to do for self. You know, when I was a kid, I grew up, my family, we were sharecroppers. Mm-hmm. You know, that means that we was in business for ourselves.
Right.
You know, as a sharecropper, you grew your own cotton, you took it down to the gin, and you sold it. You know, so it was something that had been embedded in me from a very, very young age. You know, whereas I just don't. It's just not built in me to take people's crap. It's just not there. Now, what I don't do, I'm not quick to attack someone. You know, I'm the type of guy will look at you and smile and walk away. You know, but you better be watching every tree you walk past, because I'm lying to jump out that tree on you.
Exactly.
You know, that's just me. I believe that you should pay, but I don't believe I should go to jail for it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You know, so I'll take my time. I'm like the elephant. I don't forget. I will wait 6 months
mm-hmm.
and do what I got to do. You know, but know that you're not going to deal with Omar Shamsuddin and just walk away like nothing has happened. In the long run, you'll get yours, because know that he is somewhere planning how to get you.
Most definitely. And that's something that has to be a part of our way of life. You know, it has to be a part of our way of life, simply because there's no way to even keep your own personal sanity when you know on a daily or weekly basis you're violated. You're violated, especially as a man. You're violated, you know, and then you know it on the inside, and you know it's not a behavior you should succumb to. And so then anybody that's in your circle that ain't even did nothing to you, you lash out on them because you're really angry because you let somebody else do you wrong. But
right.
You deal with it. And you don't even have a plan. Well, I'm gonna get him 2 weeks down the road or 3 weeks down the road. You don't even think like that. You just, I'll just let it go. You know, and that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. And it causes health problems in us. You know, what's your thoughts on that? And what would be the best way to train your son that's coming up, because he's watching daddy on how to successfully do what need to be done as a man, as a black man.
Right. Well, the good thing is my children have always seen me rebel. You know, I am a rebel. You know, and I'm just not one to sit back and take stuff. It's just not in my constitution. But again, that don't mean that I'm gonna do something right then and there. I'll sit down and I'll plot and I'll plan. If I know that I don't have 2 to 3 months rent or mortgage set aside, then I will work and save that 2 or 3 months mortgage or rent. You know, then I'll get your ass. You know, because I don't allow people to push my button and get an immediate reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't allow that. You know, that's the type of discipline that I put myself in, is that I will look at you long enough for you to die in my mind, and I go on by my business. You know, if that means that I have to work, no, but know for sure that something is coming your way. It is just that simple, you know. But my thing right now is that Black people just got to get themselves together and get away from your enemy. Know that your enemy is your enemy, and you can't make him anything other than what he is. Now, the only thing that will make your enemy treat you differently is that if you have the same gun power that he has. You know, now if you don't find, you never find a bully attacking somebody who they know will step to them.
That's right.
They're always dealing with somebody who they know is afraid.
That's right.
You know, and that is why, and if you want to know the major reasons why white people, why the police treat white people differently, is because they know that white person that they're dealing with is them. There's been no fear put in them.
That's right.
You know, they know that if they step to them, that hey, look, these guys are gonna come back with equal or greater force. That's just them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not all humble and scared and believing in Jesus and stuff, turning the other cheek and all that kind of foolishness. You know? So no, they know, because they know that this white person will do them in. They know it for a fact. That's why they did, because they one bully looking at another one.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I think I told the story one time. I was over at Madison Square Garden up in New York. I went down into the train section, and there was people was going about their everyday business. But then you had two guys that was walking through there, and they was messing with everybody that passed them. One was coming from this way, one coming from the other way. But when them rascals got side by side, they both stood up and started walking straight.
Mm.
Walked past each other and then went back to bothering people.
Mm.
So we have to realize, but look, man, if we want to stop white people from abusing us, we have two options. One, deal with them, fight them face to face. The other, get the hell away from them.
Mm-hmm.
But integration, mingling ain't gonna work. Never has, never will. If you're gonna ever do something and be something, if you're gonna be a man, if you want people to treat you like a man, you gotta act like a man. And a man just don't take stuff. Simple as that.
That's right. That's right.
One of the things that you want to know what really messed the Europeans' head up? When they went over there and started dealing with these guys over in the Middle East, and those guys say, hey, we don't have your armor. We don't have the war capabilities that you have. But you know what we got? We have men who love death more than you love life. We have men that believe that if they go out there and conduct this suicidal mission, that they're going to heaven. Now, let me see you put your war machine on them. They can't do it. So they got to go and just go out there and destroy a whole country that had nothing to do with it. Now fight that war, bad guy, with your big tough self.
Exactly. Exactly. I want to show this clip on the play Fences. And I want to get your take on it, being a Black man and a father yourself. And just let us know what your, how you see this. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Why don't you go ahead and let the boy play football, Troy? Ain't no harm in that. He's just trying to be like you.
I don't want him to be like me. I want him to get as far away from my life as he possibly can. You're the only decent thing ever happened to me, Rose. I wish him that. But I don't wish him nothing else from my life. Decided 17 years ago that boy wasn't going to get involved in no sports. Not after what they did to me in sports.
Why don't you admit you were too old for the major leagues? For once, why don't you admit that?
What you mean too old? Don't come telling me I was too old. I just wasn't the right color. Hell, I'm 53 years old, can do better than Selkirk's 269 right now.
How is you going to play ball when you're over 40? Sometimes I can't get no sense out of you.
I got good sense, woman. I got sense enough not to let that boy get hurt over no sports. Mothering the boy too much, worrying about whether people like him or not.
Everything that boy do, he do for you. He want you to say, good job, son, that's all.
I ain't got time for that, Rose. He's alive, he's healthy. He got to make his own way. I made mine. Nobody gonna hold his hand when he get out there in the world.
Times have changed from when you were young, Troy. People change. The world's changing around you. You can't even see it.
Woman, I do the best I can do. I come in here every Friday. I carry a sack of potatoes and a bucket of lard. You all line up at the door with your hands stretched out. I give you the lint from my pockets. I give you my sweat and my blood. I ain't got no tears. I done spent them. We go upstairs in that room at night, I fall down on you and try to blast a hole into forever. I get up Monday morning, find my lunch on the table, go out, make my way, find my strength to get me through to next Friday. That's all I got, Rose. That's all I got to give. Can't give nothing else.
Okay, so before you get into, I gotta ask you, when Denzel says, I gave all I got to give, I don't have anything left to give, what is he really saying? What is he really saying?
Basically, all a man can give is his best. Once you give your best, what else can you give? Now, with this particular clip, he shouldn't let the fact that he was defeated, rub off on his child. You know, because a lot of times when we are into the thrust of things, we can't really see everything that's happening around. You know, he might be wise to listen to his wife because she is seeing things that he can't see because she's not in the thick of it. You know, she may not be as defeated as he is. And I think that's a lot of mistakes that a lot of men make, is that you have a partner for a reason.
So
you know,
does that make his view invalid because she doesn't see it the same?
It doesn't make it invalid, but it doesn't make it valid either.
You're gonna have to break that one down.
Okay. He is right in seeing things the way that he sees things, because that is what it took to get him through his day. But understand one thing, that has only gotten you so far. In order to get further, it's going to take a different outlook. In other words, you can't be bigger if you can't see bigger. You know, and so I'm saying that, yeah, okay, he is right, because the way he is got him to where he is. He fought with everything that he has to get to where he's got, but he don't see an out. So all he can say is that I don't want my son to have to deal with what I had to deal with. He may not have to, because you may not be dealing with the same people that you were dealing with when you were young. And there just may be another way to see it. Because I think that his wife in that particular clip was giving him some good sound advice.
I'm gonna replay the clip and go point by point.
Okay.
So that we can get a better understanding of what you're saying.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and let the boy play football, Troy? Ain't no harm in that. He's just trying to be like you.
I don't want him to be like me. I want him to get as far away from my life as he possibly can. You're the only decent thing ever happened to me, Rose. I wish him that. But I don't wish him nothing else from my life. Decided 17 years ago that boy wasn't going to get involved in no sports. Not after what they did to me in sports.
Why don't you admit you were too old for the major leagues? For once, why don't you admit that?
What do you mean too old? Don't come telling me I was too old. I just wasn't the right color. Hell, I'm 53 years old, can do better than Selkirk's 269 right now.
How was you?
Okay, I want to stop right there. Now, when he says, I decided 17 years ago that my son ain't gonna have nothing to do with sports.
Right.
Right? Based off of course, how he was treated in the sports life. Right? So from what we just saw thus far, are you saying, well, you tell me what you're saying. I don't want to put the words in your mouth. What are you saying?
Well, I think that he was I think he's off key, okay, to the point where he's making decisions 17 years later off of something that happened to him 17 years before. And he's not making a decision for him. He's making a decision for his son. It's okay for him if he want to feel that way. Mm-hmm. But to project that on his son, I think he's projecting failure. Mm. You know, as opposed to projecting hope. You know, it might be, he might not, I can't see in this clip whether he, 17 years later, have went down to a school and saw what was going on in that school. Because from the look of the scenery, it doesn't appear that they have television or whatever the case may be. This may have been back during a time when there was only radio. You know, so you really don't know what is really happening in the society. If nothing else, you know, I mean, I think that well, I can't say for me, but I do know that that son may learn something about life in playing whatever sports that is that he's playing, or that he wants to play. And another thing is that it is something obviously that the son wants to do. And you don't want to kill that in people.
They did have TV during this time because the TV was $200. Okay. And Pop was like, no, I ain't spending $200 on TV. I need that same $200 to put on that roof when it started leaking. So
yeah,
they do have TV. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and pick up with the next part.
You're gonna play ball for over 40. Sometimes I can't get no sense out of you.
I got good sense, woman. I got sense enough not to let that boy get hurt over no sports. I'm mothering the boy too much, worrying about whether people like him or not.
Everything that boy do, he do for you. He want you to say, good job, son, that's all.
I ain't got time for that, Rose. He's alive, he's healthy. He got to make his own way. I made mine. Nobody gonna hold his hand when he get out there in the world.
Times have changed from when you were young, Troy. People change. The world's changing around you. You can't even see it.
Woman.
Okay. So let's deal with that part.
Okay.
You know, she says to him, well, you know, he just needs you to say, well, before she said that, he said, you're mothering him too much. You're mothering him too much. And then she says, well, he just wants you to say, you know, good job, son. You know, you did good. I'm proud of you, you know. And I would believe, yeah, that's what all sons would love to hear their dad say, you know, good job. I'm proud of you. But Denzel didn't acknowledge that point. He just said, look, he got to make his way. I made mine. You know, what is that? What is that part? How does that address what she said? Because to me, he didn't address it. He just went over it.
You know, and that's what I meant, is that sometimes we have to listen to our mate. You know, they have a point of view. You know, why would you tell a mother to stop nurturing a son? You know, it's not up to her to stop nurturing. It's up to you to pick up what she can't do. And he's not giving any guidance. He's only telling that son what he can't do. And based on what happened to him 17 years previous. You know? But I mean, your children do need to hear that, hey, you're doing a good job.
You know, I remember when my oldest son said to me one day, and I'll never forget this. He says, "Dad, why don't you smile?" And I was shocked. I said, "Huh?" I said, "I do smile. I smile when y'all do good. I smile when y'all get awards." I said, "I smile in. But other than that, ain't nothing funny." Right?
Right.
So, and that was my outlook. Because I can remember telling them that, you know, happiness is overrated. You know, I didn't want my children to be hung up on emotionalism. I wanted them to be more actual facts. Actual facts, you know, the reality. Don't live on emotion. Don't live on, you know, I feel like this person don't like me or that person don't like you. You know, so my thing is, fuck them. You don't need them to like you. You know, that's not what you need. You're not here for that. Right. And I would tell them always when, you know, they'd be like, you know, this is my friend. And I said, no, you don't have a friend. That's your associate. I said, because we are taught the only friend of a believer is Allah, the messenger, and the true believers. So if they ain't true believers, then they're not your friend. They're just your associates. And never forget that. Do not confuse the two. So I never was raising my children to be a part of, quote unquote, you know, the group feeling or the group think. You think your way, you know what's right. These are your orders and you operate from there and be unemotional. Be unemotional. Go straight off of logic. Be unemotional about it, you know. And in me being like that, and in trying to raise them like that, then of course, there was a lot of mistakes that I've made when I should have been more emotional or more, you know, softer instead of being bing, 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 you know. But my overall thing is that I did not want to make children who would only survive white America. I wanted children who would be able to dominate white America and build a reality onto themselves. That was my goal, so that my children would never be stuck in a position where, you know, they gotta be yesser to the cracker. You know, I never wanted that kind of thing. So I knew I had to make them mentally strong to be able to outthink any and everybody. So I raised my children, letting them to know you can say anything you want, long as you say it respectfully. So most adults be like, you know, that's talking back. But to me, it ain't talking back. They are saying what they say, what they feel, and it's not coming from an emotional point, it's logic. They're challenging you. And I found that a lot of adults don't want to be challenged, especially by no child, because they say it's disrespectful. But it wasn't disrespectful because my children were beating you on an intellectual level. And many adults didn't like it. Didn't like it. And some felt, well, I don't have to justify why I think this way to a child. And, you know, there's been many times called to the school that, you know, I need to go and see what's going on. And the teacher automatically thought that I was going to back the teacher when I sat and listened, no, I'm backing my child because they're right. They're right. And so I've even had some where they would write me, and say, Jamila, or this one asked me a question that, I gave her my answer, but she said that was wrong and start giving me her answer, and she's like, I don't know how to deal with that because she's teaching on something that I've never even heard of. I never even heard of, So she's like, according to the test, this is what's on the test, but Jamila is going off of something that's not even taught in school. And so my response was, well, can you find what she's telling you to be incorrect? Outside of what your curriculum says, you should be able to find what she's saying somewhere, then to prove it to be wrong or right. And she come back and says, what Jamila is saying is right. I know it's right because I taught her right. But, I always know that that's our job as parents, to teach that to our children. And so all of my children, they don't have a problem with being able to speak and say this, that, or the other thing. But it seems to say that almost every adult had a very big issue, and sometimes even the mother, have an issue, why I gotta justify this, or why I gotta say it. And it's like, they're just asking you a question. Just answer, because I don't want my children to be dominated by no weak ass cracker who can't even think on the level that we think, And I think that, and for me, that was something that was crucial because I wasn't taught that when I was coming up. I wasn't taught that. There was many things that I wanted to say, but was too scared to say it because if I said it, I may get in some real trouble. Want to get in the ass whooping. I had to keep my mouth or my ass be sore.
Oh yeah. The only thing I say, what men have to be careful of, and that is, we die quicker than women do, because we bundle up and hide away our emotions. We have them. Mm-hmm. They are there, and they are not there to be suppressed. Mm-hmm. They're there to be guided by through rational observation. But you got to recognize that they're there. And that is a major reason why men die, or they leave here and leave a wife behind, because she's always letting her emotions go. She's letting them, releasing them. It's not being bundled up inside. So that is just one caution that I will give to men, is that you think you're powerful now. Your emotions is your fuel. It's like the gasoline in the car, It is what keeps it going. So, logic, rationale is good, but it's not that motivating. The motivating is the emotions. And if we learn to utilize our emotions more, because a lot of crap that happened in society today is because men are running things, and they are running it logically. They're not dealing with the emotional aspects of it, which brings a balance. We have to live more balanced lives. Now Now, if something have to be given the ultimate, the hands up, I would give the hands up to emotions. Because without the emotions, you lose the human, the human aspect of it. It was related to in the life of Muhammad of Arabia. He said that there's one little piece of meat in the heart, in the body. I just gave the answer. He said, if that is good, the human is good. And that piece of meat was the human heart. That's the seat of our emotions. You know, and we have to realize that. And in Islam, we say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Those are too feminine. Rahman, Rahim. It talks about the mercy and the beneficence of Allah. Mm-hmm. And that is more descriptive of Allah than any other attribute throughout the Quran. It's his beneficence and his mercy. You know, so that tells us that the emotions is a bad motor scooter. If we learn to control it, to contain it, and to utilize it properly.
You know,
everything else, I had no problem with what you were saying. It's just that I just wanted to put that little caveat in there, is to let men know that your emotion, our emotional nature is stronger than we think it is. And it will get us further than our intellect will. Because if you just follow the rationale in your intellect, you can rationally justify anything. And that's why society is so messed up, is that the scientists are justifying, in the name of science, screwing our society up. The businessmen, in the name of business, is walking all over human beings. They don't care how it affects, because they're crunching numbers, logic. And that's just something we have to be careful of, and we have to bring emotion back into our decision making.
And there's one part in there that I did disagree with.
Okay.
When you talked about men are running it logically, the society logically, I disagree with that. They're not running it logically. They're running it based on lust and not logic. Because if they were honestly running the society based on logic, then logic tells you that if you abuse Black people of their rights, then you're actually tearing down your own country that you have. So to preserve and to make your country more prosperous, logically speaking, you would do right by Black people. But they don't run that way. They don't even do right by their own people, because they run it based on lust, based on greed. That's what capitalism is. It is not based on, you know, when we bring in emotions, and that can be good or bad. But when you're talking about mercy and beneficence, you know, those two qualities right there, if America was ran off of mercy and beneficence, then yes, America would definitely be a totally different place. And you can run it using those two emotions and run it logically using those two emotions. You can do that. But this cracker is not running things logically. They're running things based off their lust to conquer, their lust to take what they want And when you said that we rationally go out, we logically rationalize, right? That's deceptive intelligence, because they're trying to take something right and make something right look wrong. So that's rationalizing. So we, as the minister taught, that's deceptive intelligence right there. But one thing that I learned, and this you're correct on, I agree with you, when you talk about emotion, because for me, I didn't think, and this very, very honestly, I didn't think that I operated off of emotion, right? And I'm talking now since I've been teaching, right? But if you watch my teaching, you're gonna see emotion, right? You're gonna see it there. I always called it passion. That's what I called it, passion. And that's what others called it, passion. And, and I was sitting at my desk, working on my subject, and it came to me clear as day, idiot, your passion is emotion. It is your passion that pulls people in. That's what it is. So you need to rethink that, and again, so it was like, oh, wow, okay, but as I said, it came to me as I was preparing to deliver a word, and it crystallized what that is. That's nothing but raw emotion, and you're right. If we do not release that, it will cause plenty health problems on the inside. There was one day where I was supposed to give a teaching, and before I was about to go and do it, I wasn't feeling good at all. And I told wife, I said, I need to go lay down for a little bit because I'm not feeling well. And, she was checking my pulse and everything and saw that something wasn't right. She called the ambulance. So ambulance and all of them come over and, stick the little things on me, run the EKG and all that. And they're like, he needs to get to the hospital and he needs to do it now. He's about to have a stroke. And, I was going through some things with my son. And so she was like, okay. And I was like, nope, I ain't going to no hospital. That ain't happening. You ain't gonna get me over there. Next thing you know, I'm dead. And so I was like, I'm gonna be okay. Just let me lay here and I'll be fine. And the ambulance people were telling the EMS was like, no, seriously, he needs to go. I understand him saying he doesn't want to go, but his numbers are very, very close, dangerously close to him having a stroke. You really need to get him over there. And so they left. I didn't go. My mind was just made up. I'm not going. But I went and delivered my lecture. And so for 2 hours, I taught her. If you would go back and look, you wouldn't even think that the EMTs just left saying that I need to be in the hospital because I'm about to have a stroke. You would not, by watching me teach, you would not even think that. But that was the case. That was the case. And, after I finished, I was tired. I was feeling better, but I was a little drained. I was a little drained. Went back to the room, laid down, chilled out, and I was fine. I was good to go. And so what that said for me was, get a control over all of these things that's going on, but being able to teach in the manner that I did, it actually helped me. It actually helped me. And, I was good. I was good. So that's right on point. We definitely have to get that out. We definitely have to get that out. We can't hold it in. We can't hold it in. And there's nothing wrong with it. It is healthy. It is healthy. We have to embrace that. So like I said, when I was teaching my children that was over, my oldest is 23 years old. So that's over 23 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, we are overtime. Let's finish with this clip and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay.
I do the best I can do. I come in here every Friday. I carry a sack of potatoes and a bucket of lard. You all line up at the door with your hands stretched out. I give you the lint from my pockets. I give you my sweat and my blood. I ain't got no tears. I done spent them. We go upstairs in that room at night, I fall down on you and try to blast a hole into forever. I get up Monday morning, find my lunch on the table, go out, make my way, find my strength to get me through to next Friday. That's all I got, Rose. That's all I got to give. Can't give nothing else.
So I know you say defeated. And I would agree with that term. I definitely would agree with that term. He gave all that he had to give. He was good in baseball and they, didn't do right by him because of his color. Are we defeated because we can't win, or are we defeated because we believe in a system? We want to be a part of a system that doesn't want us. What do you think it is, bro?
I think it's both. Because if you are not defeated within yourself, you'll always find a way. And a person, a man without hope, just finish. Because when hope is gone, you don't look for another way. You just accept this, as using your words from earlier, you just accept this jail. It's like a man that's given 3 life sentences. He don't even go in there thinking about trying to get out. He goes inside thinking about, how am I going to immaculate myself to the system that is here? How am I going to navigate myself through this? You're not even thinking about an exodus, but thinking about getting out because your hope has been killed. I remember when I went in front of a judge, and that judge, I was what, 19? I was 19 years old, and that judge told me that I am facing 25 years in jail as I was 19 years old. Now I was a bad youngster, right? Tough, bad. When he mentioned that figure 25 years, my knees buckled.
Mine would too.
And but he said, but being that this is the first time, I have leeway, and he gave me 5 years probation. And that was for an armed robbery charge.
Oh, wow.
I got 5 years probation. Now, I didn't commit the crime, but I got convicted.
Mm.
You know, the police department, they wanted me off the street because I was a terrorist. You know, and they told me, they said, they told me and my partner, because I think I had mentioned before, is that back then they wasn't really locking up juveniles.
Mm-hmm.
They wasn't the way they are today. As soon as you turn 18, you're going to jail. That's what the police officer told us.
Mm.
And I turned 18 in October. In January, I was in jail.
Mm.
I wasn't committing no crime, but they gave me a crime. You know, said that me and my partner robbed a 7-Eleven store. I didn't even know the place existed. How the hell I'm robbing it?
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
but they went down there and they worked out a system with a person that was working at 7-Eleven. They took my picture and the picture of my friend, because we was already in the system, you know, from doing a lot of mischief. And the lady got up on their witness stand and say that the two people that robbed you in this courtroom today. She pointed at my friend. She pointed at me, because they had already taken our pictures to her. You know, and so there I were, facing 25 years in jail for something I didn't even do. You know, and I said, okay, hey, look, that's life. You know, at 19 years old, you don't really know anything about the law. You know, they take you in that courtroom and do what the hell they want to with you. You know, and I was like, all my family was down here pretty much in Louisiana, and I'm up in New Jersey. So I said, the hell with it, you know. So let me tell you what happened, right? Mm-hmm. And this is not to say that this wouldn't have happened anyway, right?
Right.
We was in jail. We was in jail, in the county jail up there, and my friend's mother is from they're from North Carolina, you know. Mm-hmm. So she was in touch. She was in touch with people that knew their roots and all that type of stuff. So she came and visited us about a week before we went to court. She gave my friend a handkerchief. She said, take this handkerchief and rub it across your face. Rub your face with it. Then when you finish, you give it to him. We both rubbed our face with the handkerchief. She said, when you go to court, you're going home. Mm. Mm. And we went to court and we went home.
Wow.
Facing 25 years for armed robbery.
And did from after they let you go, did you make some changes or?
Oh yeah. I got out of when I got out. In fact, what had happened when I was incarcerated, I read the autobiography of Malcolm X. Mm. I mean, there were no Muslims in there, but I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, and I was so impressed with that particular writing, with that book, because I really didn't know anything about a Malcolm X. I'd never heard of. I had heard the name Malcolm X one time in my life, okay, and that was a quick thing came across the news, and that was it. Mm. But I read that book, and that book turned me around. You know, from that, when I got out, mm-hmm. I went ahead and I had to search because there was no Muslims around. Mm-hmm. Found out where a temple was and where, and I found out that they had one in Newark, New Jersey, and I went over there and I listened to Son of Thunder, Minister James Shabazz singing. you know, and I made my mind up right then. I said, this is for me. Because if I'd stayed out in that life, I would be dead today. Because the police was afraid of me, you know. And anytime you got the police afraid of you, you know, they're gonna eventually kill you. Because they started the armed robbery charge didn't get me off the street forever. You know, that I was only in jail for 8 months. You know, so I made up my mind. I said, look, I've got to make a change. Because if I don't make a change, that's going to be it. You know, and that's when I accepted Islam and went into the temple. And I ain't never looked back.
If you don't mind me asking, what was it about the autobiography of Malcolm X that snatched you to let you know this is it? What was it?
We led a similar life, you know, in our criminal activities. Okay. And the thing that changed him was his introduction to Islam, to the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You know, that's the thing that changed his life, you know. And I was very, very impressed by that, because I knew that you're talking about a kid that grew up on a farm, okay? And so coming into city life was a whole different ball game for me, you know. And when I got up there, and I found out that you could whoop white people ass. Couldn't do that. You couldn't do that stuff in Louisiana when I was a kid. We had to call them Mr. and Mrs., even the damn kids.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. So when I got up to New Jersey and found out that you could whoop white people's ass, I went crazy.
I know that's right.
Oh man, 17 years of holding shit in, wanting to mess them up. And I found out I can get these rascals. Man, come on. And that's what I went to work on them. Went to work, brother. I never did any damage to black people. But because that's all I knew was black people, you know? And I knew that white people were my enemy from a kid. I grew up in it. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't have to tell me that they were devils. You know? So I started wailing on their behind before I became a Muslim. You know, and it was just, and I immersed myself totally wholeheartedly into the Nation of Islam, you know, and I mean just that was my life, you know. And then when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed away, we was on our way to Chicago when the word came over the news media that Elijah Muhammad had passed, you know. And you know, we ride in Chicago. We said, oh, that's just the devil trying to persuade us from going out to Chicago to see the messenger, you know. So we was gone. We went on out there, man. So the heck with it. We rode on out there and got out there. We found out that it did in fact have happened, you know. But hey, that was life. I mean, you being a part of the Nation of Islam. I mean, back in the day, we wasn't hearing that Elijah Muhammad was gonna die. We wasn't hearing that. That wasn't even in the psychic of the Muslim community. We thought that that messenger Elijah Muhammad would live forever. That's what we thought.
Really?
Oh yeah, you know.
Mm.
And then we when that happened, I said, oh wow, interesting. That was a blow. I said, oh, okay. So I sat out there. In fact, I was in Chicago, and I only had my my suit on. Didn't have an overcoat, and paid for that. And that wind, that Chicago wind is bad, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, this is a February 26th. You know, I said, oh my goodness. And but it was interesting, you know. And I stood there, the thousands of us that was trying to get into this place. And once I got inside, you want to hear what your leaders have to say now, you know, because you done sold these people on the idea that this man was going to live forever, you know. And so I stood there in the auditorium, and I said to myself, I was Brother Curtis X back then. And I said to myself, I said, damn, man, what the hell are you gonna do now, you know? And I thought, and I said, I looked back at my life before I became a Muslim. And I looked at my life now that I was a Muslim. And I made a decision that day. I said, I don't know where these people are going. I said, but I ain't going back there, back to the life I left behind. You know, that just wasn't gonna happen. You know, and then it just so happened that when the leadership came out, you know, and they instilled another leader who was Imam Warthi Muhammad, or Wallace at that time, you know, to be quite honest with you, I didn't know anything about Wallace Muhammad, other than what Malcolm had said about him in the autobiography of Malcolm X, you know, and because I think pretty much all of the believers in the community probably was looking for Minister Farrakhan to take over, because he was the national spokesman.
Right. Exactly.
You know, so we was looking that Brother Minister Farrakhan would take over, and then when they all said that they was backing Wallace, that's it. If Wallace is the leader, he's the leader. I'm not going nowhere, you know. And he proved to be everything that his father said that he would be, and that was a helper, you know. So I listened. I said, okay, fine. But I listen. But I'm a person. I listen very intently to what people say, you know. And I listened to what he said that day. And because now, when Minister Farrakhan had got up on the rostrum and pledged his allegiance, he really broke down, you know, crying and what have you, you know, and then when Wallace got up, Wallace said, we're not gonna sit around and boo-hoo like a damn baby. And he said that we will build this house so firmly that we will let the windows up, and the winds of emotion won't even blow this curtains. You know? I said, now that is a solid foundation, someone whom I could see myself getting behind. You know, and that's one of the things I appreciate about you, is that you're firm in your resolve, and because I haven't thrown myself behind anybody. I didn't throw myself behind Minister Farrakhan, behind anybody, because I didn't see the necessary resolve, within that person, and I like the way Minister Farrakhan speaks. I don't think that there was anybody in the Nation of Islam could come anywhere near that brother's speaking ability. If there was ever a psycho mass communicator, Minister Farrakhan is it. He was even better than Malcolm was. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. But because someone was a good speaker, wasn't enough for me to say that person is my leader. It takes more than that. And I knew some things about Minister Farrakhan. Not stuff I would say publicly, because even to today we have people that still follow him, and I have to respect his followers, because his followers are more important to me than he is. But they I can say this is that Wallace Muhammad in the mid 70s, around 77, 76, that's 76, 77, he came to the Muslim community, and he said that he told all of the ministers that was there, he said, you gotta stop pimping our people. He said, you have to bring yourself down and live on the same level that they are. He said, there will come a time and a day when the believers of the community will be of the income where you can justify living, the phrase that we use in the Black community, high on the hog.
Okay.
He said there will come a time when you will be able to do that. He said, but you can't keep pimping the Black people of America, our people. You can't keep doing that. So he told all of them, Minister Farrakhan included, we was all in the meeting. He said, listen to me. So he told the ministers, he said, look, he said, y'all have got to do better. He said, and he said, I tell you what, he said, you got to February the 26th, that was 1977, to pull your act together and stop living high on the hog off of our people. He said, no, that's too long. He said, you got to, but this around maybe September, October. He said, no, he told the ministers, all of them, he said, no, you have until December the 1st to straighten your act out. He said, if you don't straighten out by December 1st, it was a national hookup across the country. He told the Muslim believers, he said, if these men have not changed their ways, he said, I want you to get with them, take them out to dinner, and kill them. Mm. He said, we will not tolerate this in this community. He said, I came into this Nation of Islam. He said, and there was corruption to the max. His job was to clear it up. What happened was then, instead of those guys cleaning up their ways, they all left. The brother out of Atlanta, Minister Farrakhan, they left the community because they didn't want to give in to that demand. that they stop pimping our people, living high on the hall, wearing $5,000 suits, $500 ties, $2,000 shoes. He said, how can you in good conscience live that way when the masses of your people are poor? He told the Muslim community, he said, listen, and this is the reason I'm saying that this is a lesson for all of us, right?
Right.
He said, listen, he said, the National House and all of those places out of Chicago, the Nation of Islam was bankrupt. He said, we can no longer hold on to those properties. But he said, I can't make that decision. That decision has to be made by all of you, because all of you had input, putting your number 2 charity, et cetera, into buying these properties. He said, but it was poorly run. The restaurants, the bakery, he said, all of those businesses are existing off of the believers' charity. That's not business. And then the believers around the country voted to get rid of those properties. Not only did they vote to get rid of the properties, the believers voted to get rid of even the airplane that we had, that the Nation of Islam had. You know, it was so I'm basically presenting this because I've been quiet for years. You know, is that Black people have to realize that if we don't rise together, we can't rise. We can't let individuals rise off of our dollars. We have to rise as a community, you know, and that was the, and I'm not blaming, okay, I'm gonna stop there because I can go into some stuff, but I'm not gonna go into it.
I gotta say this or ask this.
Yeah, please, question on anything I say.
Okay, so when you were saying that the nation was bankrupt, the nation was not bankrupt when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed. It was still doing things. How long after his passing or after his going away did it become bankrupt?
It was bankrupt when Elijah Muhammad passed.
Where and you saw that where? Where did you get that information? Because what we've seen is not the same. So where are you getting that from?
From the officials in the Nation of Islam.
Okay. So you didn't see none of the paperwork or none of that stuff. You didn't see none of that.
No, sir.
Okay. Because from what I'm understanding, and paperwork can be made up. Paperwork can be made up, but from the quote unquote pioneers that I've spoken with, all of them have given the narrative that no, the nation was financially well when the messenger came, and I remember Wallace Warf Dean saying in a lecture that, and I heard Minister Farrakhan say the same thing, that he went to Minister Farrakhan and said that the nation is dying pretty much because you're not speaking. And the minister said, well, I can't speak on what you teach because it's something different from what I believe and what you teach is not the same thing. So he said, well, go say what you got to say, and the minister did teach one last time in Mas Miriam. And then he departed. So from the information that I've seen and from what I've heard from Wallace, Minister Farrakhan, and other pioneers, that, when the messenger left, when the messenger departed, the nation was fine. The nation was fine, but it took some time. Then they began to have financial issues. And that's what I've heard and saw. And like I said, I've even heard it out of Wallace's mouth as well. He regurgitated the same story that Minister Farrakhan, because he said he went to Farrakhan to help try to save the nation and tell them to come on and teach. And he wouldn't teach the same thing.
The nation was not fine because the nation was being held up from the donations of the believers. So the nation as a business didn't exist.
Then how?
Anytime you look, if you have businesses run, it shouldn't matter whether or not anyone given a donation or not. A business is not ran on that. A business is ran from a business being ran.
Exactly.
And not dependent on donations or contributions from people. If it is dependent on donations from the people, then it's bankrupt by any imagination. Simple as that.
Exactly. And that's why there's no way that when the messenger was here, that the donations were keeping all of those businesses afloat. I mean, the mathematics, if that was the case, then once the messenger departed and they stopped running all the businesses, there was no need to sell off anything, because you're not throwing your money out in these businesses that's not running. So you're keeping that money. That means you would have kept everything else and just cut off the dead, which was the businesses. But that wasn't the case. Those businesses were functioning as businesses because people were getting paid from those businesses. We would have to prove that those businesses were not functioning businesses, that they were not making the money that needed to be. It's less than like, okay, we could look at, what is it called? The restaurant now that the Nation of Islam has in Chicago is closed, and it's been closed for years. But everybody's still paying their charity. That ain't stopped. But the business stopped. Why? Because the business wasn't being run properly. And because it's not being run properly, then it's going to close. Nobody with even a little bit of intelligence is not going to keep feeding something that's not living, right? So if all of those businesses that the messenger had when he was here, if those were dying, and then he gonna keep forcing money into something just to keep it up for looks, that ain't how the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has it. That's not even something that like Minister Farrakhan. Donations come in, people, members of the Nation of Islam now, I would say, are not all, but the majority of them are in a better economic situation than the believers were with the messenger, right? I would say that they're in a better economic situation. And even being in a better economic situation, nobody's going to throw good money out to bad. They'll cut off the cancer to save the body. And that's exactly why the restaurant is closed now. That's exactly why it's closed now. So
that is exactly what I'm saying, is that if the businesses was running with the efficiency that you think that they were running back when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was alive. And understand this here, for several years before the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed, he was ill. I mean, seriously ill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so he really wasn't running. He really wasn't running nothing. He wasn't running the businesses. Somebody else was running them, you know? And the fact of the matter is, just as today that the restaurant or whatever business is closed in Chicago now is closed because the businesses ain't supporting themselves. If they were supporting themselves, they would be still running. Even businesses that was in play before the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed away. If those businesses were running and were sustaining themselves from business and not from donation from general number two poor, you know, then they would be able to sustain themselves when the people don't give like they used to give. That was a sure sign that the businesses was failed. They was a failed business, and somebody came in that had enough sense to say, hey, look here, we're having our accountants go over this stuff, and this is what we found. This is the situation. Now you go and say, okay, and then you say, okay, fine, okay, now okay, the believers makes a decision. Who else should make it but the believers? Wallace Muhammad wasn't stupid. He knew if he had came in and done it, then people would have said he did this. But no, he didn't do it. The believers made a decision. And
right, that was the wise thing for the believers to make the decision.
Absolutely.
But he made a decision, and what caused the failure and what caused the downfall of the Nation of Islam is when he changed the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because that produced an exodus.
Okay, that's I can say that, okay, look, it didn't cause the downfall of the Nation of Islam. Now, are we talking about the Nation of Islam as a business or the Nation of Islam as people?
No, we're talking about Nation of Islam as an organization and the Nation of Islam businesses. Because again, I'm going off of the research that I've done, speaking with those quote unquote pioneers, listening to Wharf-Dean Muhammad himself and him or Minister Farrakhan, bearing witness to what both of them are talking about this encounter, which they both got the same story. So I know they're not gonna just both come up with the same lie to explain what was going on, right?
What I would like for you to do is that obviously you've done the research, and what tape did you listen to from Imam Muhammad where he said that?
Man, that was
because I would like to hear it, because I mean, like I said, I followed the man for God knows 40 years. You know,
something that it was something about settling the differences or something like that. Because it seemed to me from listening to the tape, there was friction between his group and the Nation of Islam group about who is going the right way and who did this or who did that caused the fall of the nation. And so I believe it was titled something like Settling the Differences or something like that, that he gave. I know that I got it from a brother in Philadelphia who was with him, who went with him, and he had a store.
Okay.
He had a store. I think the store is still there. I have to call home to see. but I'll see if I can get a copy of that tape.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because,
you hear it yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because I don't want to, definitely don't want to speak anything, okay, that is inaccurate. And I know that what I'm saying happened, you know, and I just fortunately, I'm saying fortunately, yeah, I fortunately happened to be one of the pioneers, you know, and
Are you familiar with Brother Elias Muhammad?
Elias, where is he from? Philly?
No, Nashville.
Nashville, no, sir.
You never heard of him?
Elias, no, sir.
Because he was a pretty big minister under the Messenger and under Wallace, and it was in that he was in that. Yeah, he was in that. I used to go to him, and he would teach me a lot of these things.
No, I never heard of him.
No.
And I mean, when it comes down to big temples in the Nation of Islam, okay, I know he wasn't affiliated with them. Now maybe there was a temple in Nashville. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, there
but
was
I
a
pretty
real
much
big temple in Nashville. It was. Let me see if I can even pull it up because I've seen the pictures and everything back in the day. It was in a it's a bank now. What used to be the mosque back then, you know, of course, it's a bank now. So it was real big. They had the school and everything. And they had Muhammad Ali was there, Ms. Farrakhan was there, Warfdeen Muhammad was there. And like I said, when the messenger departed, he didn't go with Farrakhan, he went straight with Wallace. But yeah, brother.
I don't know. I'm not saying he don't exist. I'm saying I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's passed now. He's passed now. May Allah be pleased with him. But he was a real, he was a real good brother. I mean, he taught me a lot of things. He really did, and he wasn't. You know, I'm gonna say this and that. He told me one day I would come to his Friday meetings, his Juma meetings on Friday, and in front of his congregation, you know, we would sit. We done left the mosque part and come to the table just to sit and talk and eat. And he says, "I'm making you," pointing to me, to take my place, to take my place. And I was shocked that he would say that because he know my heart is with Farrakhan. You know, I'm just out. And I was in the nation, but I was out on F time for fornication. So I was out for a year. And so I would go to him for lessons. And when he said that to me, that was the last time I was there. I never went back after that. I never went back after that because one, I knew he was serious.
And you know you could step there.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah, I didn't believe that at that time. You know, I didn't believe that I was even worthy to do any foolish, and well, not foolishness, but I didn't believe that I was good enough to do something like that. You know, so
I respect that.
Yeah, and
I respect that. Yeah. See, the reason I was asking whether or not you were talking about the business nation of Islam or the believers, you know, because the believers are strong as ever and always have been as strong as ever, you know. But the brick and mortar, another story.
You know, every time I think,
it's okay. You don't have to worry about it because it's really, like I said, it's not important anyway.
Right, but I want to say this because it's on my heart to say. So I normally say
yes, sir. Please.
Because I shouldn't have ran away from responsibility, even though I didn't think I was good enough to do it. You know, because he saw something in me that I didn't see. Right.
Right.
And I mean, even another person told me one day, we were driving down the street, and their words to me out of the clear blue was, "You can be as big as Minister Farrakhan, or you will be as big as Minister Farrakhan." I said, "You better get that bullshit out of my face." You know, that was this thing that come right out of my mouth. You know, look, you know, get out of here with that. You crazy as hell. You know, and but I do feel bad because Brother Elias was pouring into me. He was pouring into me, and I mean, man, he was teaching me so much, bro. I mean, one day I'm just crying. I mean, I'm just crying, and he start crying. You know, and it's just like, because he was opening up the wisdom of God to me, you know.
That's a lot.
It was like, what makes me worthy of such, you know? And it's just, I wish, you know, Brother Elias was alive today so that he can see, you know, what he was pouring in me wasn't in vain. You know, that it wasn't.
He saw something. You know, what a believer looks for is sincerity. You know, if you look and you see sincerity, the knowledge and the wisdom, all that stuff can come in time. But it's hard to find sincere people. You know, and that I believe, I can't speak for him, but I can speak of what I see. You know, is sincerity. You know, and all the rest of that stuff will take care of itself in time. You know, time comes because you study, and then it causes your awareness to grow and for you to become bigger and bigger and bigger. But as long as the sincerity is there, that's a person worth investing in. So I don't believe that you have lost that. And that little thing that happened that caused you to have the little vacation that you had from the Nation of Islam, that ain't nothing, you know. I will take a sincere heart any day. So you haven't failed, Brother Elias. You know, you kept on that path. You know, and that's a good thing. Because here you go again, sitting with an elderly brother, seeing the same thing in you. And I'm gonna share this with you. The direction that you're going, with the mindset and the heart that you have, you will be bigger than Minister Farrakhan. Just stick with it. Don't give up. Because I'm going to tell you something, brother. Speakers come a dime a dozen. Good speakers, plenty of them. Black communities flooded with them. They're in the churches. They're all over the place. But a sincere heart, that's hard to find. And that's what Black people need, is someone with a sincere heart.
Oh boy.
It's all good. Because I'm gonna tell you something. You know what happens is that I think that one of the biggest mistakes, and this I'm talking, I don't know if you want to take this off the thing, I'm cool with that. I just want to talk to you, man to man. But one of the biggest mistakes that the minister made was in making himself appear to the people as divine. Because once you become divine, you're a hard act to follow. No, the baddest, when I'm talking about, I'm talking about the baddest in Black folk language. That's a good thing. But the baddest person that you can run into is a sincere person. You don't have to be, you don't gotta be divine. You don't gotta be directly from Allah. You have some special gift that nobody else has. That's foolishness. The thing that Muhammad of Arabia did was that when he brought the Quran, and the Quran said about Muhammad of Arabia that he is a flesh and blood mortal just like you, that a common human being can earn the dignity and respect and honor from Allah. Ain't got to be something special. Be sincere. That's a better leader by far. They used to, the Muslims came to Muhammad of Arabia. May Allah be pleased with him. And all of the servants of Allah, those known and unknown, and that includes the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that includes Wallace Muhammad, that includes all of those servants. The believers came to Muhammad of Arabia and they said this to him. They was given accolades and praise and honor to a certain imam. Oh, he is so holy, he is this and he's that. Muhammad of Arabia asked them one question. He said, who takes care of him? We do, dear Muhammad, we do. He said, you're better than him. That's the problem that I've had with any leader that we had. Is that you sit and you lay on the back of the believers. There's something wrong with that. That's the one thing that I respected about Wallace Muhammad. He told the believers, take your number 2 money, take care of your family. You shouldn't be struggling the way that you're struggling and having the people in Chicago live like freaking kings. He said, you take that money and you take care of your family. There's no greater deed that you can do than to take care of your family. He told the Muslims, he said, look, he said, I can't even sleep in the house that my father was living in. He said, it's just not in me to do it. Until all of you are doing well. Then when all of you are doing well, I can justify being there. And that's the issue I have with Minister Farrakhan. He went out, he went and repurchased that stuff, knowing the burden that it would be on the Muslims. That's the issue I had with him. Because it wasn't like he didn't know. He knew this stuff. He sat in the same meetings I sat in. W.D. Muhammad told us, listen, man. He said, talk about the national house that his father lived in. He said, don't you know that Chicago, snow can't even stand on the ground because they had an underground heating system that would melt the snow down. He said, I can't justify living in that. So he went and bought, in fact, he didn't buy, he already had a little house over in Chicago that he lived in with him and his family. He said, now, if we want to turn this place into a museum or something, he said, but I can't do that to the people. That's the one thing that I have against Minister Farrakhan is the fact that you knew better and you still did it. That's why I couldn't follow him. I remember one time we was in Philadelphia, down in Pennsylvania, right? We were sitting out there. We had a big meeting, and the imam was there. Wallace Muhammad was there, and we were sitting out. It was on the outside. He was must have been in some type of football stadium or something, and it started to rain. He was underneath the canopy talking. You know what he did? What? He walked out in the fucking rain with us. They ain't no better than you. Told the brother, take the umbrella. I don't want no umbrella. These people sitting in the rain, I'm gonna be in the rain. That's a leader. That won't take anything or put himself above you. Don't you? Let me tell you something, brother. If Wallace Muhammad wanted to, we would have worshipped him as Allah. It was the stage was already set in the Nation of Islam. Wallace was going to be the one to come and help his father. It was already set. He could have said that I am Allah. I am Allah in the person, and the Muslim community would have followed that. He said, no, ain't nothing special about me. I'm just a common, nappy-headed black man just like you that Allah has chose to share certain things with. But ain't nothing special about me. You don't gotta make yourself divine. And you have some special communication with Farad Muhammad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that none of the rest of the believers have. Love him. I don't mind. Love him, because let me tell you something. I can tell you the bad about Mr. Farrakhan, but I can also tell you the good about him. He's a good speaker. Now, what I don't respect about him, another thing, is that he knew that the teachings of the Nation of Islam could not carry the Muslim community into the future. He knew that. We all sat down and we went over the lessons. I just pray that what people think that happened in 1975, 76, 77 don't happen when Minister Farrakhan passes on. Then we're back in the same, you're back in the same place that you would have been in when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed away. There's one thing I give Wallace credit for. He told the Muslims, I'm not even your leader no more. You got to learn, black man and woman, to stand up on your own. He said, the thing that has hurt us is that we always, and it's not anything from the nation, it's not an issue with the Nation of Islam, it's an issue that Christianity put in us, looking for a freaking savior. Because now the responsibility is on every black man, woman, and child to stand up and be what you can be. Look within yourself. Yeah, yes, Islam is a good teaching. But we need, black people, we need our own philosophy of life. We can take whatever's good in the Quran, whatever's good from African history, whatever is good from Christianity, whatever is good from everywhere, but we have to establish our own constitution so that we can stand up in the world and say, look, that was, as we used to say in the Nation of Islam, despised and rejected, is standing up today and is gonna, the whole world have to look to it for survival. Us, the nothing, just the ex-slaves' children, because we are ex-slaves' children. Can stand before the world and say that you can't find anybody around this cotton-picking globe that has more education than we do. All we need is just a tweaking belief in ourselves, that we don't need the white man or any other man. We can make it on our own. We've been blessed that there's enough of us. When we came together, we could change our position, our conditions overnight, just coming together. And that is without any special human being. Because we are by nature a good-hearted people. Don't you know, if it had been white people that was enslaved, and then those people turn around and let them feed their children, they'd have killed them, fixed their food, they would have poisoned them. It takes a good-hearted person not to do that. To say, as bad as this savage beast is, it's still human. So what Black people need is somebody with a sincere heart, someone who's not going to exploit them, We've been exploited too goddamn long. My question to Minister Farrakhan, if you wasn't given a dime, would your ass still be here? No, because when the money was taken away from you, you left and went back out in society. And you only came back when you came back with a plan to what to come back and still put your freaking foot on our goddamn neck. This is Farrakhan's judgment day, not judgment day from me, from truth. And I'm saying this stuff publicly so people won't say, well, you waited until he died to say this. He can come out and correct me if I'm wrong. But he don't dare come out and do that because he know I'm not wrong. He know that everything that I'm saying is accurate. Now I'm putting myself on the square here. But I don't want to come out and talk to a representative of Minister Farrakhan. I want to talk to him face one-on-one. And if there's any truth in his heart, he'll have to bear me witness. Anybody can put on a show. And I don't believe, Brother Maurice, I'm gonna say this to you, and I know you gotta go. And I don't believe that anybody can do right by us, ex-black slaves in America, but one of us. I don't know if I said to you in the past, Minister Farrakhan is not one of us. He's no more one of us than Barack Obama was one of us.
Well, if we say, or if you say that he's not one of us,
Mm-hmm.
we look at his work that he has done to us, and that work is unmatched. Because if it wasn't for Farrakhan standing up and doing what he was doing, I would have never got into the teachings. I would have never, that was the method through which I came to life. And that is the method that my children got their knowledge of self. So, when I look at it, because I wasn't there with you all,
Mm-hmm.
I'm judging the effect that I see that he's had on me, that he's had on others. I mean, we use a sister.
I can't take that away. I can't take that away. That the only way that you were acquainted to the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, not Minister Farrakhan. The only way that you was acquainted to the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was that Minister Farrakhan set a platform for that. Can't take that away. But I'm not talking about the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Mm-hmm. So your issue with him is that once he left your group and he started the Nation of Islam again under the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is because he went and bought buildings? It got to be that. It can't be because he went and bought buildings. Because if the believers decided that that's what they wanted to go get, then that's what they went back and got. That was their decision to make. So
was that a decision of the believers?
From listening to them and him, that they had a conversation and said that that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to get the National House. They wanted to get the mosque. They wanted to get all of the properties that the messenger had. So,
yeah, but a sound mind, knowing what was going to be the result of that, would have chosen differently.
But what was the result? Because it's not like financially they're not keeping up with it, because they're keeping up with everything that they got. The farms, the houses, everything it's up. It's not in the bad repair. It's not on
is the other farms feeding the members of the Nation of Islam?
Yeah, if you want produce off the farm, yeah, there's a mosque, there's a farm coordinator, or should be a farm coordinator in every mosque, that every Sunday you give in your order or whenever, and when they come with the final call trucks, they come with the food, doing it the same way.
That's good. That's a good thing. I mean, that's keeping in line with what we were doing back in the day. Now with the National House, the national properties, how they being paid for?
The regular way they always be paid for. I don't know whether it comes out the number 2 or if it come out some other charity that's given. I don't know, but they're being paid for the way that whatever system that it's set up for them to be paid. It's coming out the same way, it's coming out the same way. It's not this current nation is not in a financial hole. It's just not. It's not in a financial hole. It's doing well financially. But like I said, the restaurant wasn't. And the minister said, we don't make good business people, and we're not making good business sense. So the restaurant is closed. But as far as the rest of the properties and the upkeep, and they're doing what they're doing, yeah, all that is up and running. And it's not like it's at a cost to the believer. That it's killing the believer. Because that's not the case. I think that there is always room to improve the functionality between the leadership and the body. I think that's there to be done. There was a time when the Supreme Captain House caught on fire. And, all the believers, were sending money to the Supreme Captain and his family. But then there was also a case where a regular believer's house caught on fire. And to my knowledge, there was not a mass thing of everybody sending money in the nation to that little believer whose house caught on fire. Now, that is something that needs to be changed. I remember on the Theology of Time, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you come to me and you tell me that believer so-and-so is sick and that I need to send something to him. He said, now I'm going to do my part, but where's your charity? Where's your charity to the little believer? You know, he say, y'all run to me, but you don't do your part to aid that same believer. And I would say this, I don't know it all, but I would say that lies true then, and I believe it lies true still to this very day. And that's that's a problem.
Yeah, and I mean it's really a simple solution maybe, and we talk and we are, of course we are speaking with hindsight. Where they say 20/20 vision is, you know, and that is one of the issues that we have always had in the Nation of Islam, the World Community of Islam in the West, et cetera, et cetera. Anything that's affiliated with the Nation of Islam or an offshoot of the Nation of Islam. An issue that we've always had is that we've only been a nation or a community in name only, you know, is that, I mean, we haven't really, with the masses of people that we have, went to an area, because that was what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad asked for, went to an area and moved there as a community. That way, the general orders make sense. That way, all of that stuff makes sense because you literally have a physical community. I know where I was at. You had people living on. Somebody lives on the east side of town. Somebody lives on the west side of town. Somebody lives on the north side of town. Somebody lives on the south side of town. Ain't no damn community. That is just people spread out over everywhere. So you can never really come together and develop anything until you literally become that community. You know, then the farming makes sense. The restaurant, how you gonna have a restaurant in the area where the restaurant is at? Our people ain't there. Don't take a rocket scientist to realize that ain't gonna work. So I'm only saying this stuff so that we can do better today and in the future. Why do you think I say, okay, wow, this idea, Brother Maurice ain't just talking about the Mississippi campaign like Brother Talik. He's moving to Mississippi, putting his money where his mouth is at. That I could, okay, fine. That young man saying that he got something going for himself, I can back that. I will sit down, I will give my time, I will give my whatever little bit of information I have, I will give that, you know, and see how can I assist this man in doing what he want to do.
Definitely.
You know, that I can get behind. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying definitely, and I appreciate that because, you know, we got to have good counsel. We got to have good counsel. When we were in our meeting the other day, and, you know, just sitting back as I was writing up the notes and getting things together, is just sitting back reflecting on our meeting and what we're doing, you know, is just like, wow. You know, it's for me, it's always been beyond the just talking about it. We're actually doing it and knowing that what we're doing is going to affect future generations that are coming in, you know, and it's, to me, we are bringing, you know, the vision of what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. We're making it real.
Absolutely.
Real. So I'm definitely excited about that. and humbled about that at the same time. At the same time, you know, because it's not a small thing.
And I'm gonna tell you something, brother, and this is not something to pump up your head. You know, pulling this off, to be able to pull this off, you will almost to have surpassed any Black leader that we've ever had, including Minister Farrakhan, including the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He had a vision, but within his lifetime, he wasn't able to bring it to fruition. I remember one time when Wallace Muhammad was talking about Master Farad Muhammad and his father. He said, the question could be asked, if Master Farad Muhammad himself had stayed with us and did what his father did, could he have done as good a job? We never know. You know, because his father stayed on the job for 44 years in order to bring the nation to where the nation had come. We don't know if Master Farad Muhammad could have done that. So then you ask your question, who's the greater? I have this have you seen this book here?
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
You know, I read the book, and I said, I don't see anywhere in that book where Master Farad Muhammad called himself Allah. Now, I did saw in a way he called himself prophet. But I do recall in that book where he called the Black man Allah. I do remember in the teachings where he said that his uncle is over here.
Exactly. Exactly.
He never gave that to himself, and I can understand the Honorable Elijah Muhammad making necessary changes in order to make the thing go more smoother, because who's going to listen to a cotton picking drunk from Sandersville, Georgia, whose wife had to carry him home? But people will listen to an Elijah Muhammad, who is the last messenger of Allah. And that is not judging the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in any fashion. I'm saying as a thinking man, hey, I say hail to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to put together such a masterful plan, because he knew that there was no way these handkerchief-head Negroes were going to follow any Black man anywhere unless he had an image of a savior, of a white savior above him. Even though we know that he wasn't white, that he was half and half, you know, but still, just to have that image. How many of us would have followed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had not that image been there? So I take my hat off to a man that had a third grade education to come up with that type of plan. So what are you saying? Are you saying that Master Farad Muhammad is not Allah? I ain't gonna give him anything he didn't give himself. But me being of wisdom, I understand that Allah is in everything. So if Allah is in everything, Allah is in Farad Muhammad. Allah is in Maurice Muhammad. Allah is in Omar Shamsuddin and every other human on this planet. Because Allah says in the Quran that he gave a bit of his ruh to all of it. So all I'm doing is putting everybody on an equal level. That way we can accomplish miracles knowing that. Knowing that we in our ruggedness deserve a visit from Allah. But not to put ourselves above anybody else, is that same Allah is in everybody else too. Even the so-called devil. I mean, I would love to say that, man, a lion in that damn devil, man, a crafted devil skunk of the planet Earth. Because I can say that don't make it true.
Yeah, I would think the mere fact, well, I don't think, but knowing the mere fact that they only got here through us, so that would have to be true. There ain't no way around that. Ain't no way around that.
You know? So now we can get about the work, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the work of liberating our people. And then once our people are liberated, then we can extend our hands to others. Preferably first, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Because once we get our act together, the whole Black world have an example. Because all of those people are still under colonial rule.
Mm-hmm.
If we show them that you can break out from underneath this colonial rule and you can stand up and do something for yourself, kick this goddamn hunky out of your country. Kick that damn Chinaman out from over there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
They reaping, getting the precious treasures from underneath your feet. And I say to the Black man and woman of America, we are letting them take the treasure from underneath our feet. And that treasure is our economics. And all we got to do is come together, pool our resources, and make things happen for ourselves. Hey, big bucks are being made from us, man. Whether it's in sports, entertainment. Big bucks, man. We marvel at the little bit of money that our so-called elites get. But man, imagine the money that those guys that's above them would get off of us. Simple stuff, not rocket science, simple stuff. Say, hey, look, man, look, I know you think that you need an answer from on high from the Lord of the world. But look, hey, treat each other. Something that the Elijah Muhammad said, love for your brother what you love for yourself. Simple stuff. Ain't nothing complicated. Do for self. Nothing complicated. You don't need to go learn Arabic and all that stuff there. No, simple, common freaking sense. Just use that and you'll put yourself in heaven overnight. And get these guys that's got their hands in your pockets out of your way. Simple stuff. Now we see how simple it is. Let's cut all the crap out and let's get busy. You know, let's cut it all out and let's get busy and let's make this happen. You know, and you will be surprised as who that made that song, The Temptation. Take a stroll through your mind sometime. You'd be surprised at what you might find.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Definitely. And let me say this too. Is that I will say now I've been critical of Minister Farrakhan, but I will say to Minister Farrakhan what I say to any other immigrant that come into our society. We thank you. We are extremely appreciative for whatever good that you've done. Arabs, Hispanics, except Jewish, whatever the case may be, you fed us when we couldn't feed ourselves. But we want to look all of y'all in your eyes and say, thank you, we got this now. I mean, we don't need some divine person to tell us, hey, look, man, you got to respect your brother and respect your brother's woman. Ain't that what Curtis Mayfield said back in the 60s? If you had a choice of colors, which one would you choose, my brothers? If there were no day or night, which would you prefer to be right? How long have you hated your black preachers? Who taught you to love your white teachers? Can you respect your brother's woman's friend and share with black folks not of kin? The message is out there. Then Curtis said, and the people must prove to the people a better day is coming for you and for me. With just a little bit more education and love for our nation would make a better society. Now, some of us would rather cuss and make a fuss than to bring about a little trust. But we should overcome our beliefs someday if you would only listen to what I have to say. Simple stuff, nothing complicated about it. But when we make it complicated, people get scared of it. Because they say, I mean, just imagine what the nation lost because a man committed fornication. Yeah, put that man out around the light for a whole freaking year. Let him still come on out, man. Come on out here, man, and learn not to fornicate again. You're throwing away a scientist. Now, if it get too bad, you can't control yourself, then we'll have to figure something out about you. We just know not to let you around our women. But bring all the energy in that mind you got here. That's the thing that baffles me the heck, is that we think that our people our leaders got to be holier than thou in order to produce good work. Go check. Not a one of them was holier than thou. You know, not one of them. They all had their flaws, man. Is what I'm basically saying.
Right.
But we gotta put the liberation of Black people above everything. Said, okay, man, we can't. You come on up, but we can't let you bother our women. But we know you can't control that little boy in your pants yet. So you would not be getting no sister details.
Definitely. You know, I will say this: the good thing, when I was doing that, it was just with one sister, and when we wound up getting married and having 3 beautiful children.
Oh,
So,
they put you on and you married the woman?
yeah. You know, I went, I went and told on myself. They didn't know. I went and told on myself.
Oh, wow. A good heart.
Yeah, I just, it was the thing that you were supposed to do. It was the right thing to do. Everybody else being right, but here I am ain't being right. So I'm not making my word bond. So I had to go tell. Yeah.
You are one of 2 that I know. Yeah, you was just one of 2. And I've known many of them. They ain't giving up that. I said, nah. Nah, you're a good man.
I'm trying to be. I'm definitely trying to be. And I say this for Angels number 7, because I'm quite sure if he watch it eventually, that he did, to his credit, he never said that he was going to move to Mississippi.
No, I know.
He never said that he was going to do that. So that he has his way.
Pushing him. I used to talk to that brother for hours.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. For hours, man. Because I'm saying, look, man, your idea is gold.
Mm-hmm.
It's gold, man. But people ain't going to take you serious if you don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then you get mad because they don't take you serious. Now there's a fighting match over YouTube that ain't got nothing to do with Mississippi campaign.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
But if you were down in Mississippi with Brother Maurice, them people wouldn't have a word to say. They've been saying, "Can I join?"
Mm-hmm.
That's what they would have been saying. Wouldn't have been no. Man, why am I going? Well, you don't believe in Mississippi yourself. Why am I going to listen to you? No matter how passionate you are about it, the bottom line is, if you think I should move to Mississippi, why ain't you there?
Right.
And I'm not saying anything that I haven't said to Brother Talik, myself personally. That we've had long conversations. Because it's the right thing to do. Right. And that's why I gravitated to somebody that's doing it rather than somebody that's talking about it. Because it doesn't make sense. You know, now I can see if a person, okay, it's not about him, but if this is a good thing to do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, you want to give some closing comments before we call it a night?
Man, all this talking we done is closed. Would have been about 3.5 or 4 hours now.
Yeah, I'm quite sure we're at the 4 hour. Yeah, we're at the 4 hour mark now. Definitely.
You go ahead and take us home, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I thank you, big brother, for coming and laboring with us for this 4 hour straight. But as we always say, you kill a nigga in you, I'm gonna kill the nigga in me, and our God will reign supreme. We are Black first, today, tomorrow, and forever. Love you, family. Peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.